bitches.
Make the ground shake.
Hello, hello. Yes, it is. It is Pokemon music. I'm AFK in the middle of... I don't even know where, actually. I have no idea where I'm standing currently. Is that my bird?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. I didn't even know that was my bird. My closed captions. Oh, shit. Okay. Let me just open that up. Let's see. Senjin! Hello, hello. How are you doing today? How's everybody? Hello, Panda. Hello, Senjin. Hello, Cupcake. Hi, Venti. How's everybody? I love how the captions try and read your names or try and write your names. It's quite amusing. Yeah. So my electricity came back last night at like 2 a.m., which is honestly mad shit. Late AF. Where am I and what was I doing here? Ray and I were doing some... What are they called? Those little like crystal den thingies last night. You know, I still haven't found a slack off. Is that a bridge? Can I go over? Hello, motherfucker. Hi, JP. How are you, chum? How are you feeling post B-Day vibes? To be fair, JP, not that different, actually. Not that different. I feel like I've already been 30 for at least 3 years, or at least my body seems to think so. Oh, that's not a bridge. That is especially not a bridge. But you know what it is? ESCOM be playing games, and they make all kinds of excuses for their shit as well, you know? So basically there was like a substation or something on fire. Whoops! That's not the right button. That's all I wanted. That's what I came here for. Cool. So we're gonna... Ooh. What the heck is that? Nani? Oh, I didn't see these guys. There was just basculins in the water yesterday. Anyway, this is fun. Late night today, was napping till 8 PM. So not sleepy yet. Oh shit, good thing I have an entire day to an exam tomorrow rather than at 8 AM. Oh my goodness. You beat the whole game, Venti, already? But you gotta have fun. Oh, they're just called pterodens. Yeah. You saw a level 50 Lechonk today. Nice. The past 3 years of body aches have been preparing you for the 30s life. Yep, basically. I was born with pain. Alright, so remember last time we did this bad boy? We should have done this one first. So that's what we're gonna go do now. I learned this the hard way. We hunting Pokemon for food? Ice, what the fuck, man? Why you want to eat the Pokemons? Are they tasty? Oh shit, can I stop pressing the wrong button? That would be amazing. I only played this the whole of yesterday, and I've forgotten the damn controls. Magikarp is eaten in the Pokemon world? I mean, yeah. Fair. People have been sabotaging substations. Oh, really, Cupcake? I wouldn't be surprised if that happened in my area. You played it 25 hours
later.
Hey! Roxy! Me slow or you slow? Definitely me. Hi Tango! Hello, hello! How's everybody? Guys, remember that it is Tuesday today, and we're gonna choose to be happy and successful and something positive, yeah? It is Tuesday. That is gonna be our choice. We are gonna have fun with the Pokemons. Do not perceive my team. I don't know what it is right now. It's just there. Ah! JP! Oh my god. 15 months? Sheesh! Bow, 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 bow.
Party Little 2338 EV Hype Natato Sky Love Party Little 2338 EV Hype Natato Sky Love Party Little 2338 EV Hype Natato Sky Love.
Thank you, text-to-speech, for that beautiful speech, like quite literally speech over there. Thank you so much, friend. 15 months, that's actually crazy to consider. That's long as fuck, bro. Thank you so much for the support. I really, really appreciate that, JP. Thank you. Whenever I read your name, in my brain it feels like I'm saying Chappie. Like I'm not pronouncing it clearly, and I'm just like, no, it's not Chappie, it's JP. But it always sounds like Chappie in my brain. So yeah, just thought I would vocalize that thought that I had in my head. Oh gosh. I will watch now. Since you're done. You're done? You finished it, Tango? What the heck? I chose to be happy yesterday, 2 days in a row. What nonsense is this? Listen, you can choose to be happy every day, but I'm gonna remind you on Tuesdays, yeah? That's how this works. I'm doing good, Roxy. How are you? Yeah, the text-to-speech is a little bit goofy sometimes. Always happy to be here. Aww. I was very lucky. I got to meet a lot of my streamer friends at Comic-Con. JP being one of them. Tappy. My brain, man. Just sometimes it's so doing some wacky shit. Lots of tiny mushrooms. I think that's from all the pterodens we've been doing. Warframe Nightwave has been done for now. As it is gonna go soon. I haven't even... I logged into Warframe not too long ago, but honestly... I haven't played in a very long time. Tired but good. Get some drink, get some good food. I don't think I need to buy anything. Join in whenever you can. Yeah, it's just I think because now I'm streaming full time, so maybe I have more time to do Warframe. So it's something I could consider. I'm just really far behind at this point. I know you can always catch up. There's no hurry or anything. But yeah. You're almost done? Y'all are mad. God damn, there's so much to do. So much to do. I can't remember where to check my... How do you check your Pokédex? No, that's uniform. Lol. You have 1 gym left and 2 stars. Damn. No, that's camera. You can take pictures in this game? Oh my god. Healthy. Wow. Okay, that's very cool. You didn't skip anything? Damn, so you just played a lot? How do you... The one button I didn't press. This is as far as I've gotten. This is my Pokédex. You can take selfies with your Pokemon. I need to do that, actually. That's very cute. Oh, you can just press the minus button to open the Pokédex, Fancy. That's what I was trying to do, because I knew there was a button that did it. You slept 3 hours over the past 2 days. Are you struggling to sleep, Roxy? Also, if I missed anyone messages, sorry. You guys can just write them again. Sorry. I'm still in the process of having my first cup of coffee. Because this morning when I made coffee, I completed every step except a very vital one. And that was putting the ground coffee into the machine. So I ground the coffee, I put the water in, I put the filter in, everything was set up. Everything was set up. I just didn't put the coffee grounds into the machine. So I made hot water this morning, basically. So I had to remake my coffee. I chose Sprigatito. Sprigatui, as I like to call him. I named mine Catnip. How about you, Tango? What did you pick? I've seen a Quaxley, but that's it. Didn't sleep last night, 3 hours the night before. Oof! So you made some hot filtered water. Perfect. Yeah, JP. Hot filtered water. 10 out of 10. That name sounds weirdly italic. What, Sprigatito? Not cat crack, Venti. Catnip. I'll give you one guess. It's Quaxley or what is, I don't know what the crocodile's name is. Fuecoco or something. The doc for characterables has been amazing. Oh, Roxy, how good is it? Like a pasta name? Oh, you mean like Italian? Sprigatoni. So the actual name, Sprigatito. Because the region, I think, is based on like Spain or something. But yeah, listen. I call him Sprigatooie because it's like Ratatouille. So I guess we're on kind of the same page there. Fuecoco, is that the crocodile's name? Oh, Kama! Hello, hello! How are you? It's good to see you. I fucking love this Pokemon. Aggressively love this Pokemon. I would die for this Pokemon. I had to take Quaxley since he's a duck and I'm a duck. Yeah, listen. So I was thinking Quaxley. But I was like, I don't know. Tango seems like a fiery person. So like, gotta match the personality, yo. That's the only reason I said maybe Fuecoco. But yes, the duck makes sense. Yeah, so these are all just the babies I've gotten. I already have Maya Zumarol. I'm very happy with her. Ray wants me to put Wooper in my team so badly. These pictures are so cute though. How fucking cute. Also, we found this thing last night. And listen, the evolve form... Ray was hosing himself good and proper. He was laughing so hard at this bullshit. He loved it, but also hated it at the same time. He thought it was the most wacky bullshit he's ever seen. Yeah, anyway. The original Pokemons had so much detail. Yeah, I feel like some of the new ones are a little bit odd. But it's fun. It's still fun to see like all the new things that I haven't seen before. Out of the starters, I like Fuecoco and Sprigatito's Final Evo the most. I don't know how I feel about Sprigatito's Final Evo. Some of these pictures are really cute, like interacting with other Pokemon. Or being silly shits. I love this one. My Fire Child. I love him. Very silly. But very cute. Oh, yeah, we caught one of these today. Or yesterday, rather. Sorry, let me just scroll back. Being so absorbed in this game. Oh, Kame, you're playing as well? Who was your starter? Who was everyone's starters? I'm nosy now. Now that Tango asked, I'm like, oh, actually... What? Oh, here's a dog that desperately needs to take a shit. If you look at, like, the second one... Well, even... It's just the two on the left, honestly. The two on the left really just need to take a colossal shit. That's basically what's going on here. Reminds you of Persona 5. Actually, yeah. I just want Final Surprise to play whenever I send it. Hi Nabil, hi Nabibbles. Teach me to be the very best. I'm gonna do my best, yo. I'm not great at it, but I'm gonna do my best to be the very best, yeah? Nabil, you also took Sprigatito's? Show us that team. I will. Because someone else asked me as well, I think. Or was it you? Who? Yeah, okay, it was you, Tango. I'll show you now. Incineroar? No, wrong game. Wrong game. Wrong game. So my team at the moment... Let me just disappear chat for a moment. Oh wait, it's not gonna work. Oh, this is the VTuber one. It's not gonna work. Alright, let me manually turn off my chat. Where is it? Chat. There we go. Alright, you can see the rest. So we've got Charcadet, Corvisquire, Azul Mario, what is it? Tinkatink, who's been named Noir, Pormo, and Catnip. My boy. My mans. He gonna be slap all of these peoples. He got some masturbation, like constipation going on. Yeah, definitely. He looks like he needs a colossal shit. We've got the opposite versions. Ooh. So we've been trading to complete dexes. Very nice. Even got eggs of our starters to trade those. Oh, that's very... You know... me and Ray have also got the two different things. The two different versions. So we'll be doing that as well. I know I owe him... what is it called? It's that Dreepy. I owe him a Dreepy. need to go find. We're both mad hooked. Oh man, that's so cool! Partner isn't playing because they're sleeping right now, and it's purely a practical constraint. They'd play in their sleep if they could. That's so lovely to hear. Why do you have pink Thor? Because it's named after one of my children, Tango. Why you gotta be mean? You don't have a Switch? And you don't have the current Pokemon game? Okay, fair enough, Ice. Do you know how to evolve Pormo? I don't, Tango, but that is later's problem, actually. I don't want no backseating. No backseating. I want to figure this shit out on my own. Name the next dark type Phoenix. Okay. I had a list somewhere. There we go. Pokemans. I think I named the right one here. Let's see. These ones are all done. Alright. Dark type. Phoenix. Cool. I've written it down, Venti. Sorted. You only got 4 gym badges. Listen, I am gonna go take on my second gym, which honestly should have been my first gym. But you know, it's fine. We're here now. This is okay. Hello, Daddy. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Hope you're doing good, Daddy. Can I request a Pokemans for your team? Like something that I should have? I mean, you can request, but I can also deny, so... yeah, that's fine, actually. Some of the things you need to do to evolve some of these Pokemon remind me of instructions to reboot a Samsung phone. Hold this down, do this, have this. That's fine. I will figure it out if and when I want to. So, yeah, we're not too in the hurry for things. Uh-oh. Cool. Wooper and his name has to be Squishy. Listen, I have a Wooper and Ray wants me to use Wooper as well. So... mayhaps. I think it would make Ray really happy. I do already have a Hoopa though. Can you just name them whenever? But I can name him Squishy. I caught him like right in the beginning. There he is. Hoopa. Level 5. You will be my Squishy. Let's see. I don't know. Is it possible to rename them? Did I miss the option? Okay, well, I think I will move him into my party at some point. Hi, Moobas! You can name them whenever. Favorite Pokemon? Easy. Bulbasaur. Favorite evolution? Easy!
Excuse me.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be Sylveon. Easy, easy. What about you, Roxy? Put him in your team, then you can change name. Oh, can I? I just, don't know who I'm removing here. We'll remove... So, I had Noir in my team because I wanted to evolve him. Because this is one of my children. For some reason, he wanted to be named after this thing. But yeah, because I have Corvusquire and Azzy, I don't actually need Tinkerdink, I don't think. Hi, Kami! Hi! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the posse. How are you doing? Are you also playing Pokemans? Do you like dark types, Venti? Because you mentioned a dark type earlier, now you're saying your favorite evolution is Umbreon. Gotta start working so it's done before you get here. What do you mean, Roxy? Oh yeah, I was renaming, right? Change nickname, there we go. Oh, that's nice. I hated that you were so pressured in the past to listen, I'm Tango, this is a free name, you know? Cause your boy didn't have a name. He will be my squishy. There we go. There's my squishy. Alright. Thank you, Fancy. Yeah, no worries, Kami. Alright, so we're gonna go do this gym now. I think I'm well over leveled for it though. Because I have in fact been doing doing battles and shit. Stuffs! Roxy being a sneaky peepo. Alright, I can turn my chat back on as well. This one. I will redeem it soon to make up for this name. Don't worry about it. It's a special freebie for the ducky himself. What a weird coincidence. Listen, girly, I already went to the other gym by mistake, so don't at me. Dark type and ghost type? Ah, I see. Oh, what is she saying? I'm not just sneaking ahead of you so I can lie in wait and go, oh, weird. Oh, wow, weird. Might as well battle you now that you're here. Girly. We were not on the same page, sorry to say. Yes, definitely grown stronger. I definitely am not overleveled for this, but it's cool. Oh shit, bitch, thanks. Just a sec. So Ray was making smoothies. I thought he was grinding more coffee. I was like, no ways, bro. Did you drink all the coffee already? No. Annoying as heck, but at least less annoying than Hop. Yeah, true. She's just like very enthusiastic, I think. But she is behind. The work meetings are happening. Oh, sorry, Kama. I hope you have a lovely day. I'm probably a bit late to wish you that, but I'm still sending you my good vibes, my good jujus. Nimona has a tracker on our phones. Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't be surprised. Alright, so... I don't know what this is all about. I'm looking forward to it, though. Ray was doing it last night. But I turned away, so I didn't see what happened. This guy's got a blonde mustachio. But his hair is, like, grey. Interesting. Dark eyebrows as well. Oh yeah, because they got Smolovs everywhere. Roll an olive-shaped ball all the way to the goal. Okay. North of town. Okay, this is very interesting. I must say, I quite like the little task. Ooh, Pavilions. I quite like the tasks that you have to do. For the gym battles. It's actually quite fun. A little bit silly, but a lot of fun. Okay, so they said north of town, so this way. Bro said he was gonna mark it on my map, though. What I feel lied to. Oh, hello. Big root. Oh, that's a holdy item. You like the gym tests? They're fun, right? I really liked the grass gym one. That was actually a lot of fun. You had to run around and go find go find the things. Also, guys, no spoilers. Zero tolerance. Zero tolerance. No spoiling, no backseating. I will time you out. I will ban you if you are a repeat offender. So what I'm saying is don't fuck with me. I want to be able to enjoy the game, yeah? Like literally anyone who's playing this game. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Oh, it's this field here. Oh, no. The olive roll. Oh, it was right in front of me. What a dingo. Where's the entrance? Over here? Do I see? Are we playing rugby? What is going on here? We aren't saying what they are. I know. I'm just reminding. This is just a friendly reminder that there is zero tolerance for backseating and spoiling. You'll be the champion of the Pokemon League. Are you sure about that, Cupcake? Do you know that for sure? Did you know it's Daddy, I'll ban you. I don't need much of a reason to ban anybody, so I have all the power today. I didn't read any of that. I have no idea what she said. Fuck. Whoops. Hi, Pocahontas. How are you? Oh? Are we literally... What is this? I wish your Pokemon could help you. Oh my god. What? Can I... Oh boy. Oh boy. No? Okay. What are the ramps for, though? And this... Dingleberry, he's gonna stop me. Whoops. No. I was making good time. And then I decided to be a little silly bugger. Is this an olive or is this like a pistachio? Whoa. It's looking a little pistachio-y to me. Oh, there's little Smolives on the fence. Oh! I love Smolives, man. They're so cute. Listen, this is very silly, not gonna lie. It's a ball? No, it's a pistachio. Also, it's called the olive roll, so technically it's supposed to represent an olive, I think. Going into the basket. These loading screens, bro. With that performance, I'm sure we can look forward to a great olive harvest next year. Shit. That was way easier than the, what was the other one? The first gym? The first gym one was so silly, but it took me so long. You just have to, like, run around the whole place. I did a lot of fucking running, man. Flababy, I actually have a Flababy, blue, blah blah, now. And I didn't have one when I came here the last time. Why her head? No, you can't ask that question, Venti. You can't just ask people why their heads are deformed. Yeah, you are on a roll back there. Oh my goodness. Big congratulations. Thanks, homie. You've earned the right to challenge the germ leader. Are you ready? Sugar bug. Okay. Interesting title. I almost misread it as Sugar Baby and I was like, wait a second. Just wait a goddamn moment. Too many failed Pokemon. Pokeball throws? Oh no. Alright, I don't know if I finished my sentence earlier. It could be a stripper name? Absolutely. Okay. Is she a grandma or? Also, yeah, so I thought Ray was making more coffee. He was making smoothies, and I got one. Lucky me. Maybe she's not a... Thank you very much for your skillful olive rolling. It was quite impressive. Did I forget to introduce myself? Forgive me. Katie, I'm the owner here at Patisserie Soapberry. Listen, you need to rethink some of your titles. Soapberry, Sugarbug. I'm not in my shop. I'm on duty as leader of the Cortando gym right now. Yeah, girl. Slay. Has she got hearts in her eyes? What's your opinion about... Listen, I can't say that word. I can't say it, Tango. Anyway, I think it can be pretty cool. She's a pastry chef. Don't let your guard down. Oh, no. I think it's cool. I think it's cool because it, like, can power up. And I think it can help, like, with countering certain things, but it does add, like, another layer. And I'm already a bit of a dummy when it comes to typing. Aw, she got a little cricket. Still not as cool? Yeah. Big agree. Still not as cool as Mega Evolutions. Dynamaxing? I don't know. Dynamaxing was cool, I guess. It was exciting. It was very exciting. Sorry, buddy. Dynamaxing sucked. So I like the one where it actually changed forms. We'll keep this guy out. The one where they changed forms. You know, like the Chonkachu and Lapras. You know, the ones that actually changed. The ones that just got big were a little bit boring. Not gonna lie. Should I... It's not necessary, but we'll do it anyway. Oh, is G-Maxing the one that where they changed forms? Yeah, that was cool. Where they just became big was kind of boring. Because it was like, wow, my Pokemon's huge. And that was it. This was well unnecessary because I think I would have wiped these guys out every time. No, Daddy. What is it? Tediosa? We'll keep it because they're probably gonna make it bug type. How should I roll things out from here? Oh my goodness. She gonna do the thing, yeah? That's fine. Yeah, you see, I told you. The last guy did this as well. It was very confusing. Because Sudowoodo is already not a grass type, and then they went and made him grass type, and I was like, what the fuck? Now we got a buggy Teddy over here. I actually really like the bug. The hats are a little bit goofy sometimes. I know, Venti, thank you. What the fuck is this? It's the new gimmick, Daddy. What do you think of it? Morning, Hassan! GG's! Why are you awake so early? Did you sleep, Hassan? Lame. Lame as fuck. Oh, Daddy. Ayo. Hello, mother. Mother, I crave violence. Oxy, did you opened your eyes and chose violence today? I really wish I hadn't done the other gym first. God damn it. You're at university? Oh shit! She gave me cupcakes as well. Thanks, lady. You still have 3 hours left? Oh my goodness. How about a little TM as the frosting on this cake? Oh shit, pounds! Thanks. Oh, an attack I won't use. Cool, thank you. Did she only have like 2? She had 3. She had 3, Elvain. Sweet. So I'm following a friend of mine's. Let's see. His like recommended order for things. She did have 3, I think. No, I'm not too sure. I'm pretty sure she had 3 Pokemon though. Oh yeah? Who's this? Guy looks tired, man. Yeah, bro, it's kind of weird walking up to a kid. Hassle? You are a hassle, sir. How was the potato today? I'm doing good, Oxy. How are you? Why did you choose violence today? Why did you choose violence? Let's see, let's see, let's see. Where is this video? Dun, dun, dun. I haven't done any of the classes. I have like completely ignored that part of it. Don't hassle the half. Oh my goodness. You haven't played since Gen 2, but you remember the gym leaders being tougher than that? To be fair, I feel like a lot of this game is like more straightforward than the old Pokemon games. If that makes sense. $128k left for the redeem. Damn! Hang in there, Hassan. You got this. You had a run-in with sleep paralysis. Oh no, Oxy, I'm sorry to hear that. Shit. Gotta take it easy. Be kind to yourself today, Oxy. You skip classes? Hassan, no, don't skip classes. Especially not just for stream. I'll fight you. I will fight you. You know I will. I got the chancla ready. Me and your mom. We'll tag team. You don't think the games got easier? We just know more about the type advantages? I mean, I meant more like, the game actually tells you the effective moves and such, because I never fucking remember that shit. I used to have... I actually, when I was younger, I drew out a whole chart. Nowadays, I can just have it on my computer screen. But when I was younger, I, like, drew out a whole thing. I drew out a whole fucking chart. Guy. Can you believe it? For the typing. And I would, like, try and figure out what would be the best team. I'd go and, like, look through all my Pokemon. So, yeah. Language class, art class is available. I haven't done any of those. Has anyone done the classes? Do you have to do them? Your rival doesn't pick the type of Pokemon that's strong against you either. That's also true. That's another thing that they've changed. I meant to mention that earlier and completely forgot. But yeah, that's another thing. And I'm just like, what the heck? There's a lot more hand-holding. Yeah. Even with Ultra, it was a difficult game. Oh, really? I didn't play Sun or Moon. I played Sword and Shield. That was like the last one I played. And even then, I don't remember if I actually finished everything. I honestly don't remember. Oops. I always do that. You recommend doing them? Wait, doing what? Sorry. My attention span is like 0 on a good day. Okay, so he recommends doing that. I welded things in the wrong order. So I think we're gonna go look for the one Titan now. Oh, the classes! Yeah? What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Oxy. I hope you have a kick-ass day. The start may not have been amazing, but yeah. It's Tuesday, so we're choosing to have a good day, right? So I hope you can have that good day you deserve, Oxy. Whoops. I love these little guys, by the way. They're cute as all hell. You learn about stuff in the classes that helps later. Oh, you know, that's piqued my interest. I want to go have a look. Let's see. Where the fuck am I? Oh. Well upside down. Well upside down. School is this way. If I just go here. That's all you're saying? It's fine. I want to go have a look. Because honestly, I mostly ignored a lot of the pop-ups. I was just like, I want to go outside and catch Pokemon. That's what I was interested in. Thank you for the Lokis, son. Alright. Let's go have a look. Not me flexing my legendary Pokemon. What are those in the background? All of 3 frames that they have. Those poor things. Alright, how the fuck do you even take classes? This is just random Drifloons. That seems like a bad place for them to be. Where do you want to go? Oh, so these are all the classes that I have available? There's stuff here? Oh my god, this place is huge. School store? What is this? Thank you for the clip. Daddy, no. Oh, Daddy. I'm gonna delete that. Okay, nothing too interesting here. Oh, the fresh water's not bad, though. I thought it was gonna have, like, clothing. Dang it. Oh, there's this puppy sleeping in the corner. The little Fidos. What? Okay, that one's possessed. Bread. They're very enthusiastic about bread over here. Alright. Biology lab, art room, homemade. Oh my goodness. I want to see why this has got an exclamation, though. I'm going to go there. Whoa! Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? She even got the buns! This could have been my mother, but no. Did I fall off a cliff? Why don't I remember that? Oh wait, it was the Pokemon, right? It was with the... Right, okay, I remember that part now. Why are her nails yellow though? She's a very colourful character. But I love the red liner. She must be a Geo character. Oh my goodness. They got a Pikachu doll and an Eevee doll. And they have a baby. Aww. No. This is one of my favorites from Sword and Shield. Toxtricity. I actually have 2 of them because I was doing the Pterodens with Ray yesterday. I think they're over here. So I've got a fairy one and a psychic one. I haven't decided yet what I'm actually going to be playing with, so that's why a lot of these are from the dens. These are all open world ones, and I think these ones are all the den ones. Not sure about that one. This wasn't a den one though. But yeah, the level 12s are the den ones. Yeah, all the sleepy little baby Pokemons. And a Fluffy. A sleepy Fluffy. So sleepy and cute. It is. That's adorable, man. I don't know why this kid's saying Mimi, but I'm also not interested. Bye. Bye. Let's go to the director's office. We're gonna go steal shit. You hate this? What do you hate, Tango? You hate the Fluffy? Do we have to speak to this guy? This guy still weirds me out. When they're asleep during a battle, their eyes are still open? Okay, that's creepy as hell. They want to keep an eye on the battle, yo. Uh-oh. Bro, I wish I knew. What the fuck? What? It's a really chewy gumball. I think it's this one, though. Your eyes closed when you're asleep in a battle? Oh, that's so weird. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of weird things. I'm hoping that they patch out some of the weird things, or they like fix some of the weird things, like clipping through the ground. That shit's kind of weird. Thank you for the luckies, Momo. I hope you have a lovely, lovely day. I don't know if that was correct. Bro, I'm as boomer as you are. I don't know what that word means. Oh no, I've made a mistake. I don't want to be closer with him. He seems a little bit strange. Alright, so biology lab. Those are just classrooms. I guess let's go biology lab first. This guy's got crazy hair. Oh, this is our homeroom teacher, right? Let's say yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Nice. I have been 30? Bro, listen, Listen, bro. I have already done this. My dude. Oh, full swipe. Shit. I think I'm close to that. 88. Goddamn. Listen, I've been running around everywhere. I have been running around everywhere. So let's go have a look at the classes. You need to go talk to him. You do. Listen, Tango, you're the one who told me to come to this place, and you haven't even spoken to him. The audacity. No, 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 no. Release me. Don't neglect your studies. Yeah. How do you actually do the classes, though? This is just coming to the rooms. Entrance hall. You said go speak to the guy at the top. Oh, you don't have to go to the... You don't have to go to the classes to have the classes? I mean, that's kind of weird of them, but, you know. So I just speak to the person here? Oh, I see. Ah, wow, so many. Let's start with biology. This was my favorite in school. Thanks, Tango. What are those little things at the back, though? I don't recognize them. Are they new? If they're new, don't tell me. Oh, it's Noibat. You know, I thought it was Noibat, but I was like, it doesn't look like Noibat. But to be fair, I don't know. I've seen Noivern a lot more than I've seen Noibat. So we'll learn all about the various quirks of our beloved Pokemon. I hope you all come to love Pokemon even more from the things you learn here. Okay. I'll teach you a great way to get to know Pokemon in more depth. If you'd like to become better friends with your Pokemon, you can let them out of their Pokeball and walk with... Oh, yes. Yes, I already know this. Once you let your Pokemon out, try speaking to them. They're sure to respond in some way. It's a great way to get them... It's a great way to get to know them better. However, letting your Pokemon out of its ball isn't such a great idea in some locations. Can anyone tell me where it is that you shouldn't have your Pokemon walk along with you? Near the water, inside buildings, and in tall grass. What? Near the water? I would say in tall grass. Huh? Not indoors? That's bullshit. Some Pokemon might damage wall. Well, listen, if I want to walk in a building with my Onyx, I feel like I should be allowed to. So this is bullshit. This is bullshit. Don't walk with them in the long grass because they're gonna go attack everything. What is this discrimination against Pokemons? Failed biology 101. Bro, come on, man. Why are Pokemon not allowed inside? That's some bullshit. People, if you walk into anyone's house, I'm gonna tell you now they have Pokemon. Look at this. Look at this kid. Should I use the computer? Yes, because apparently you're not actually allowed to have Pokemon inside the building. Girl, get on the same page. Let's go look for some other shenanigans. Oh, what is this? Is that an Iggly buff walking behind you? Is it yours or did it follow you in? Fail. Another Iggly buff? Fail. Are those your Pachirisus? Fail. Fido? Fail. All these kids are failing. Whose Starly is this? Fail. A Venonat? Fail. Okay, those kids just spawned in front of me. Cool. All of these children are failing. Myself included. All of the... Psyduck! Fail. You're not even a kid. You fail. You got Noibats behind you as well. Fail. Fido, fail. Another Fido, fail. All these kids are failing. Not those ones. They're studying hard. But you know. Pachirisu. 3 of them. Fail. Fail. We're all failing. Fuck. Guys. Can I vroom vroom inside? That's bullshit. Anyway. Don't tell me that you're not allowed to have Pokemon inside. Please, let's be serious for a second. Okay, I'm not interested in math, so we're gonna skip it. We'll go back to math later. Don't be tardy. But what if I wanna miss the class? How long are these load screens as well? Jesus, look at this man's mustachio. I see we have some very energetic young ones in our class this time around. I don't know how to say your name. Saguaro? And his eyebrows as well. This man is intense, bro. He got ponytail also? Oh my god. What? Just kids randomly spawning in. Super buff dude in a pink shirt. I think it looks good though. Meal powers? Oh, I've already looked at this because I looked at the picnic stuff. Is he gonna teach me recipes? Bro, why are the teachers picking on me? What? Is the right answer just always gonna be cool? That's fine, I guess. I haven't done like any sandwich making besides the first attempt, which went horribly, to be fair. I thought they would actually teach you stuff and not just make you read words. I thought it would be like an actual class. Well, I guess it is kind of, considering my classes in school, it was very much just words. Okay, look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm bored already of the classes, so we'll come back to this. I may even do it off stream where I can just no-brain through it. This is literally me when I was in school as well, because I used to just get bored and think about other things. I'd be okay, so I'm thinking of doing this one next. Giant stone moving on its own in Area 3. The stone has big swiveling eye stalks. Perhaps it's a titan camouflaging itself to catch prey. That is very interesting. So I guess I'll do this one next. I'm following a friend of mine made a recommended kind of like order to do things in. So this is the next thing I'll be doing. I think, yeah. We'll go do that. Alright. So let's... No, not check details. I want to mark it. That's my destination. We've kind of been in that area already. Pokemon are so cool. I agree, kid. Alright, let's see. Where's the closest fly I can do? This looks closer. Yeah, let's go here. Ah! Misaki! Hello, cutie. Bow, 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 bow. Hi, hi. Woohoo! How are you doing, Misaki? Alright, let's since we are gonna go do Titan things. You're alive? Is that the bare minimum today? No fires today? Oh my god, Misaki. You can't just ask people if their substations are on fire, Misaki. What the heck? You can't just ask people that. It seems like it's fine. The power came back at like 2 a.m. this morning. I was awake, luckily. So yeah. Because some of our lights were on. Vroom vroom, bitch. You have limited experience. Yeah. Understandable, to be fair. Oh, fuck. I always forget how chunky Miraidon is. Yeah, I don't want to fight you guys. You're cute babies. I just don't know if I've spoken to this kid. Oops. I guess I haven't. You just fully completed the game. What do you do now? I don't know. Is there anything you haven't done? A happening. Oh, it's only level 13, so no matter what I do, I'm gonna whip its ass. Oh! Maybe not. Give it to me so I can play. Yes, that is the right answer. Venti! Shush! None of that. Don't tell me nothing. Remember, I said 0 tolerance today. I'm not putting up with nonsense. It's not happening. Izito, hello, hello. Welcome to the posse. How you doing today? All right. There's a boy on the sign. There's a sleepy Growlithe. Getting chased by Makuhita, that's fine. Relax, homie.
What's poppin'?
Thank you for the lickies, Minty. Go find something to do now that you finished the game. You want to see how bad the new? I don't think it's bad. I think there's definitely some issues, but I wouldn't say it's bad.
Would you like a cup of water?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now. Ice. Look, I'm still busy with my morning. So I finished my smoothie, but I'm definitely hydrating with coffee. Oh, is that it? It's a giant crab boy. Oh, you got Onyxia? Oh my god, how many runs did it take you? Fuck, I did that. Oh, I don't know for how long. To be honest, probably just a couple weeks, couple months. I don't think it was very long. It was a couple months, definitely. I had mount runs. I would go on, like, very set mount runs. I think it was weekly. Was it a weekly reset? Oh, shit. Did I land on something? Did I land on a Skiddo? Oh, my goodness. I did. Sorry, guys. Your water is off, so your warning is terrible so far. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, my area also has problems like that. So I totally get that. And I don't know how you I don't know how you feel about that, but I feel that water being off is worse than electricity being off, like easily. Hi Chris. Hello motherfucker. What's cracking? You good, homie? A rare bone. Oh fuck. I tried to jump, but instead my Pokemon was just sliding down the hill. How you doing, Chris? Been farming it for 4 years. Oh, damn. That's mad shit. Oh, not again. Fucking, I keep sliding down these things. Okay, let me just hoof it for a bit. Because these Skiddos are following me for some reason. Yeah, I'm doing good. Trying to play Evoker. And it's so laggy. DF isn't even out yet and it's dying. I don't know what any of those words mean. What is that shadow? Okay, look, I said it's not so bad, but the game's got a lot of glitches and a lot of not so desirable things. Oh, Jesus Christ, my heart. Bro. Jeez. Gee, can you actually chill, please? I think I fought one of these things before. Wait, what am I doing? I wanted to go to box. Dragonflight? Oh! What the fuck is Evoker? New race class? Oh, I see. Man, I haven't played WoW since the beginning of... what was it? Shadowlands. You gonna play it again, Venti? Oh man, that's such a butts. But aren't there usually issues on release? Just in my experience, I guess. Yeah, I think this should be fine, to be honest. These are some of my beefier babies. And poor Squishy. Squishy's just along for the ride, you know? You only played 6 months of WoW from Shadowlands. A few weeks and... Hello! This thing just landed straight on my head. Bro. Do you want to relax? Claw off the Stony Cliff Titan? Okay, Venti, I'm done. Oh! Okay, Pormo. Okay. Block. Oh, okay. Well, you don't need to escape, though, but thank you. It's pre-patch and you can't do anything? Oh, is there nothing to do? Slap that crab, biatch. There's plenty, but... Oh, so there's stuff to do, but it's maybe not really, like, fun to do it? Why is something so angry so cute? You mean the little Pormo? Okay, cool. So that's done then? Or is your boy down here? Oh, are we going for round 2? Fight! Just under the crab, you know. Oh, okay. Well, I'm dead now. So that's cool, I guess. Let's see. Oh, the crab? You think the crab's cute? I don't know. I don't know if I feel that it's cute. I ask myself that every day in the mirror. I love the talent system. You played Demolock. The amount of demons you can summon. Nice. Ah! Hi, Yaku. You were a resto chamois and they did you dirty. Oh no! Is it bad now? I found it. Yes. What did I find? Herbs? We eating herbs? Oh shit, we have to fight it again. Uh-oh. I love that he's got little red cheeks like Pikachu. Oh my god. Oh, he just becomes shiny. Listen, I was ready to be scared, but it's okay. Worst healer? I'm so sad. Please don't tell me Resto Druid is amazing. Damn, okay, listen, Pomo. You're doing the big... Oh my god, the biggest slapper today? 5 hits? I'm well over-leveled for this, honestly. It is top healer? Of fucking course it is. I'm not even joking. Every single expansion that I've played, Shammy gets fucked on, and it's like, ah yes, Resto Druid is the favorite child of the healers. I'm not even joking. The rest of them get like fucked up. It wasn't great in Shadowlands. Okay, so I only played in the beginning of Shadowlands, so I don't really remember. But like at the beginning, it was always at the beginning, it was good, and a lot of people wanted to play it. This guy wasn't shit, man. But yeah, because I started as Resto Chamois, and it was kind of like, they were still kind of deciding what was happening. It's the same with Destro. Dev has a soft spot. Okay, so my Pomo just fucked that bitch up. Well and truly. Just destroyed them. These Titan Pokemon are yeesh! I sure don't like having something so tough out to get me. This guy is strange. Is third in PvP. Do you do PvP, Misaki? I never really did PvP. I did it with like friends, but that was it. Is last. Oh my goodness. That's kind of sad. One day they'll have their day, you know. Hello, the Jolly Cat Show. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. You hate PvP in all games? Fair enough. I bet somewhere in here there's more of that Herba Mystica the Titan was eating. Quick, let's have a look around before it comes back. It's gonna come back? Wario! It's... You're Wario? I can't believe this. I've been bamboozled. Fire Mage has redeemed itself. Oh! With Demon Hunter first? Oh, absolutely no one is surprised. I'm doing good. How are you? I pray there's no chains in these raids. Chains? Swing into chains? Okay, so we're looking for shiny plants. Sweet Herba Mystica. I never did any raiding in Shadowlands, to be honest. I played a bit over lunch, and it's legit the first time in a game I rage quit. I tried to catch this one Pokemon. It's 10 levels lower than mine, and it ate 2 Premier Balls, 2 Time Balls, 15 Ultra Balls, 4 Great Balls, and 2... Jesus! What? Oh man, I want to ask what Pokemon it was, but maybe it's a new one, so maybe I shouldn't ask. Chained to Demon Hunter who flew away and broke my... Oh shit, Misaki! Yeah. Always good? Fantastic. Good for gut health and it helps aid digestion, okay. great for stomach aches too, or when you want to stimulate the whole appetite. What the heck? Now if I can just get him to eat some. You're about to get a taste of my cooking. Is he gonna cook for us? Okay. Aww. That's kind of cute, actually. We're just sitting in a cave. Munching on a sandwich. Your boy wants a sandwich? No, he wants to eat. Give a boy a sandwich. Hi, buddy. Aww. Do you want to give your sandwich to Miraidon? Yes. Take it, buddy. Aww. Good boy. Now he's gonna be a happy boy. As long as the boy can eat. You are the selfish jerk here, you dingleberry. This is why Miraidon didn't like you. Oh! Did you get the kite? Wait, what kite? Dragon kite? I don't know, Roxy. I don't play WoW. We'll be able to dash now. What? I haven't... The Twitch drops. Wait, in this game? This game's got drops? The thing is, like, I'm not technically watching myself. Like, I don't have my stream open, so... I can't get drops unless I'm watching someone play that game. Are there drops? I don't see anything. Maybe it's because I can't get from myself. Let me just open someone else's. Oh yeah, Vic's playing. We'll open Vic's stream and see. Oh, for WoW. Oh, he's dressed as Ito today. I haven't logged into a Blizzard account in years. No jokes. No jokes. I haven't. I don't have my login details actually at this point. I don't know how to get into my other accounts. So it would take some effort to to log in, to connect my account. So I don't actually have it like logged in or anything. Let's see if they had that effect on your Pokemon. Then I bet 6 out of 10 for Castle. Oh, I never did any raiding in thingy. 3 out of 10 on Mythic for Sanctum before I quit. Did you just like get frustrated? Did you get bored? This guy. Yeah, that Titan was way too easy. Sanctum was boring, so the entire guild decided to take a break. And never came back for the 3rd raid? Oh no. Oh, you can come out now? Hi, Chris. You're still here. Thank you, Ami. They're coming back for Dragonflight? Oh, nice. Man, I miss my guildie so much. I think about them every now and then. But I just don't have the time or like the skill to play, to do mythic raiding. I did it for a while, but fuck, it's so tough. I can't. I detect that Miraidon has gained some of its original power. It seems we'll now be able to dash at high speeds while you're riding upon it. Okay. Ooh. If you strike a tree, Pokemon lurking up among the branches will fall down, allowing you to battle them. What? I can knock things out of trees now? The drops are very rare items because you can't get them anymore. Or is a trading card game. Oh, that's what they've been doing. Oh my god. Yes, Roxy, I actually heard about that. People were mad as hell because of all the rare things that they're now just making Twitch drops, so everyone and their dog can have them. So it like crashed the whole market. Yeah. Your route's not fixed but open before you. Seek out your own path using your map and the tools you have at hand. Ah. Mountain Achievement Farm? Yeah, fair. Yeah, I miss my guildies. They were just very hardcore. They used to, and I say this like with all the love in my heart, they used to drag me kicking and screaming through mythic dungeons and mythic raids. But we had a really good raid leader, and we had a really good like main tank. Bless them. I think we're gonna do this Titan next. Yeah, you see. So I should have gone 1, 2, 3. And now I think we're going here. This is our next next goal, is this bad boy. Yeah, I'm just following my friend's recommendations because I was like, yeah, look, I can't cope with open world because I'm just so easily distracted that I will fuck it up. Okay, so the marker, it's this side. Do I have anything nearby? Oh, it's over here. Oh, I have one really close by. Oh, that's fucking convenient. Look, if it's flying, to be honest, I might just use Pomo again. Final Fantasy IV. Listen, Misaki, I would say it's very much the same. You go around and you'll kill bosses and you hope for a drop. So, why did I pick up a Pokeball? That's literally... At least the ones that I did. I once got 2 1% drops like 7 hours apart or something. I don't remember if it was 7 hours or 7 minutes. I remember the number 7. So, but it was very close. It was on the same day, and I was so happy. I might have done like 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. I don't remember now, but like I was so excited. The one was fuck, I don't remember their names now. I just remember that they were both blue. That's all I remember. I think yeah, I think we should be fine. What the f— these little chili peppers are so aggressive. My goodness. I don't know if you guys can see that little guy very well, but he's a chili pepper. The little white flower. Chilies have got white flowers. I heard a thingy. These little chilies need to calm down though. They just chase you wherever you go. Give me peace. Whoa. Yeah, let's battle this guy since we're here. Most people quit in the base game because it teaches you as if you've never played an MMO before. Yeah, I don't know. I stopped playing because of annoying tanks, to be honest. Rainbow Fire. Ashes of Allah. Oh, yeah. I never got that one. Sag. Ow. Rude. Oof. Sorry, Meowth. What level was that Meowth anyway? It was a baby, hey. Yeah. I was enjoying Final Fantasy, and I know Ray was playing it a lot as well. But yeah, at some point he lost interest and he stopped playing. No one buys CDs anymore. That's actually pretty funny. Yeah, no one buys CDs anymore. Oh, fucking chili peppers, man. They're so aggressive. Imagine Mening Healan trying to keep those dumbass tanks alive. Misaki, that's exactly why I got annoyed. Because I was a healer and I had to deal with dumb tanks. So annoying. They'd pull everything. And I'm just like, bro, can you actually not do that? And then the other annoying thing was the straw that broke the camel's back, honestly, was this one person who kept turning the thing we were fighting onto me. So every time I found a spot out of the way where I could heal, this guy would literally turn the boss onto me. Which meant that I would have to move again, so I wouldn't be able to heal. It took us so long to kill that thing, and it was like a basic ass. It was like a dungeon, man. It wasn't hard content by any measure. It was not difficult content. But this person just kept turning the boss onto me, and I was like, you literally do not need to move the boss that much. Just move over to the side. He was literally doing 180s. He was 180s to turn the boss directly onto me. I was like, this is not how this works, actually. It's a stalk. But, okay, this is kind of weird. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Roxy. Mr. Wobbling keeps telling me to play Final Fantasy. I mean, it's a very beautiful game, and there's a lot to do, Roxy. So that's all I'm really gonna say on it. There's a lot to do, and it's beautiful. So I do think you would enjoy it. Final Fantasy got flooded with WoW players who are a bit toxic. Yeah, but I feel like they would know how to tank, you know, if that person was a WoW player. But Pomo, did you just one-shot the birdie? I probably should have saved that for after it gets powered up, but it's okay. I somehow don't think we're gonna have an issue defeating this guy. I could be wrong. It's great fun. If you ever want to play, I can help you. Yes! Definitely. You managed to get the Titan somehow? What do you mean somehow, bro? I have a fucking OP as shit Pomo. Dropping all those boulders? Yeah. It's trying to power itself up, like with some kind of mystical meal power or something? Yeah. Let's kick its ass. Let's go all out! Fuck yeah! Let's go, let's go! Oh wait, I can... Really? Was Spark? Yeah, Spark's strong. Strong like bull. Let's zap him! Trying to drop folks on rocks is dangerous. I can't read. Every time you use the slap attack, I just have smack my bitch up. Understandable, Misaki. Pomo. Ow. Smackdown. Why was that animation so funny? You should have killed that Pokemon. Ow! Pomo! Good baby. I love Pomo. I need to maybe get a different Pokemon to put on my head. Maybe I'll put Pomo on my head. if I can find a PNG. I'll put a Pomo on my head. Play rough. Let's see. Ooh, it's a fairy move. I do need one. Let's see. It doesn't want to learn play rough. No. I do want play rough because I need fairy. I definitely want Aqua Tail and Bubble Beam. Slam Water Gun. I just don't want to... If I have a lot of attacks that aren't like 100% accurate, I'm just like, I'm gonna forget Slam for now. No, actually, maybe I'll do Water Gun. I don't use Azzy to catch things, so it's okay. Nice. Toxic Spikes. Yes. Let's see. Oh, okay. I don't know if I'll use this, but it's fine. Let's get rid of Tail Whip for now. Ta-da! I fucking love Pomo. Oh my goodness, they're so cute. Way to go! Looks like we don't have to worry about any more boulders falling on us now. Yeah, thank God. Because that shit was kind of terrifying, not gonna lie. It's a Loki's! Thank you. Let's be more of that Herba Mystica. It ate in here. Let's hurry and find it before the Titan. Listen, the last time you said hurry, you set up an entire picnic. You made fucking sandwiches. We had like a moment because the boy got powered up. Like, there's no hurry here. There is no hurry here, so I don't know what you're talking about. He knew it? He knew what? Oh, it's green this time. The last one is pink, right? Oh, bitter? That makes sense. Great for circulation, really gets the blood flowing. That warms you right up, nice and toasty, even boosting the immune system. Or so it says. This music. If I can just slip this into a tasty sandwich and get him to eat some. Who is he feeding? Because he's feeding someone. He has another Pokemon that he's feeding? Hi, Sydney! I was gonna say good morning, but it's almost afternoon, I guess. Bob's your uncle? No, he isn't. The fuck? Bob's your uncle, bro. Titan badge! Hell yeah, let's go. Why do we both look completely disgusted at this dish? I'm definitely feeding this to the boy. I'm not eating that shit. He's gonna pop out again. You again? The boy wants the sandwich. The boy will get the sandwich. Yes. Is it trying to say thanks or something? Good thing I made extra. Oh shit. You're helping me out a whole bunch with the hard stuff, so it's only fair you get more. I definitely, absolutely did not make extra so that Marido could have a sandwich, okay? The boy deserves a sandwich. He's such a cutie. Move across the water. What? Did it grow stronger again? It did. Oh, I see. They'd better. Or else I'm really up the creek. There's another sandwich that he wants. Don't you dare touch that. That isn't for you. Oh shit, he's angry. That's for whoever he's feeding. Huh? You shouldn't have shouted like that? I agree. I guess I should at least tell you the full story. Yes, let's go. Who are you feeding? Come on out, bud. Oh, the papa! This is my Buster, my partner. It's an old boy? They have the same hairstyle. Here you go, bud. Eat up. The sandwich could help you feel better. Aww. Guys, I'm gonna cry. Small bites are fine. Just chew nice and slow. Did he just put the rest of the sandwich in his back pocket? Does anybody want some back pocket sandwich later? From Arvin? From Arvin's crack? My buddy here was hurt pretty bad a while ago. Real bad, in fact. He never really recovered. Have you tried a Pokemon Center? Both of these seem like really rude questions to ask. Potions and things don't work? Nothing seems to help. Not potions, not Pokemon Centers, nothing. Aww. My boss stuff here is the only thing in the world I care about. Aww, I'd promise I make him better. Whatever it takes. Oh my god.
Mr. donated $5.
Mister! Thank you for the doodles. Thank you. I searched online, I read books, I looked all over and tried every cure and remedy I could find. But nothing really worked. I'd almost given up hope. That's when I found out about the Herba Mystica. See, I found this book in my dad's lab. Area 0 was home to wondrous herbs that instantly impart vigor when eaten. We dubbed them Herba Mystica and attempted to grow some in areas around Paldea. However, before we could harvest, the herbs were eaten by Pokemon, which in turn grew large and strong. We call these Titan Pokemon. Holy shit. So this is why we've got giant Pokemon running around. Cool. It's this book full of crazy stories and legends and things, stuff nobody'd usually believe. This is so sad. I was about to ask Siri to play Despacito, but I'm like worried that she actually starts playing it. But I believe it. I think what it says is true. And according to this book, eating all 5 Herba Mystica can cure anything that ails. Oh! Case in point, my boss's paws were cold as ice before he ate that last herb. But they've warmed up before he... Oh, so they... But they've warmed up a little now. I'm sure they have. Yeah, he did say it improves circulation, right? Hero, thank you for the Lokis. I hope you're doing well today, friend. You done eating, bud? Oh, look at that face. Oh. Can you see? Are your eyes open? Oh shit, is he getting better? It's been so long since he was able to open his eyes. I was so worried. Oh, I want to know what happened to him. Like, damn. Hey, buddy. Aww. Those fiery orange little eyes. Hard to even tell if they're open or not, but I know the difference. I honestly thought the black and white fur was his eyes, but anyways. The story had me super invested. I'm super invested now, Tango. This is mad shit, yo. I want to go fight all the bosses now. Fuck the rest of the stuff. Gyms can wait. 3 hopes to go. Let's find them together. Bro, if you had told me this from the start, if you had pulled on my heartstrings, I would have just forgotten the rest of the game to go help your papa. Like, damn. Fuck the rest of this shit, you know. Hello, Malgin. This is Turo. I detect that Miraidon has gained more of its original power. While riding upon it, it seems you should now be able to move across water. Yay! Holy shit. I'm relying on you to continue taking good care of Miraidon. Yeah, boy. Bet your ass. I like how they give us this ability. Meanwhile, we're on top of a fucking mountain. Ooh, what is that? It's a Pokemon's. What's down here? Those are all boys that I have. But let's go see if there's anything cool in the water. Whoops. I like the little... When you're like dashing. Ooh! Hello? Hello? Can you just catch these boys? No? Oops. Oh shit! Mistakes were made. It's level 20. I wonder if I can... I don't want to kill it. This should be fun. Yeah, listen. Niantic. I'm so used to complaining about Pokemon Go. Game Freak should know their player base better. We're literally collecting Pokemon. We form like bonds with them and shit. Ah! Toto! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing. Welcome, homies. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream, Toto? Let me just give you a shouty outy. If you guys have not already followed Toto. Does this work? Did I do it right? I did! There we go. And then I want to do the other shout out as well for Toto. Yeah. Very, very awesome. Did I do it right? Art. You were doing art? Toto, you were doing art? So that's one thing I was going to mention. Amber Main, but also amazing artist. Guys, please. Please check out Toto. If you... I'm scared to use Nuzzle because I don't want to kill the thing. Let me try Nuzzle. Hopefully I don't kill it. Yeah, how was your stream? What were you up to today? Toto is also Amber Main. That's what I was trying to say. I don't know if I said that, but Amber Main as well. But just check them out. Thank you again, and welcome, welcome, raiders. Who came with us? Galaxy Wolf is here. Are you doing well, friend? Are you having a good day? Did you have a good time with Toto? Not that you guys can see it, but there's casually some Psyducks in the wall there. They're just chilling in the wall. They're just hanging out. They're just goofy little guys. Okay, this thing looks cool until it lets go of its belly flap. That's kind of weird, not gonna lie. Am I on the right box? I didn't know you could catch that. So, the thing is, I already had the other crab, so like it wasn't new for me. Good morning. It's still morning. It is still morning, so I'll give you that. I was about to say it's not morning, but it is still morning. Your 150th day in Duolingo. Oh shit! What are you studying, Toto? That's crazy. 150 days. Man, I need to get back into my studies. I was actually thinking of doing that. I need to get back into my studies as well. I was thinking of doing that for my morning streams.
Would you like
Hi, Dwight!
You look thirsty as fuck right now.
Sydney, can I negotiate with you? I have a cup of coffee sitting next to me. There's water in the coffee. Yeah? Does that count? Ah, that's so nice. That's so nice, Toto. Coffee 100% counts. Thank you, Sydney. Are you trying to master Japanese? Oh, I'm also studying Japanese. I'm not very far, though. If you look at his markings, you'll see the bird. Oh, because it's like... here somewhere? What marking? Always a good time with Mr. Toto. How's the Pokemon list going? I think it's going pretty good. Well, I'm having a good time. Are you guys having a good time? I'm just goofing. But look at these Psyducks sitting in the wall. Biggest media franchise or something in the world, worth 118 billion or something, some ridiculously large number. Pokemon. Courtesy of electricity. Truly a wonderful moment when we have electricity. So I can go in the water now? Oh, hell yeah. What are those? What are these? Oh, it's just Psyducks in the wall again? What the fuck, man? Okay, he can jump in the water as well for some reason. Yeah, very interesting. The FOMO is real. Ah, well, I'm glad that you're enjoying, even though you can't. Oh, I can go up here. Even though you can't play, you can just experience the Pokemons through me. Sometimes this boy is just Newman way too hard. I think there's no new Pokemon here. New. I love that. Just diving into the water. Very cool. Also, thank you for the hearts, Toto. Thank you again so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Oh, what the f... Oh, I don't have one of these. A Barracuda? Arrowcuda, my bad. I'm gonna kill this thing, so I'm not gonna attack it. We're just gonna throw a ball at it. There we go. My poor me's just swimming. Oh my goodness. They didn't even give me a raft or anything. You have some chores to do? No worries, no worries. Take care of yourself. Almost level 30 in quickie game. The guild. Yeah. Toto, I would definitely make space. Like, don't worry about it. Hi, banana. Just a sec. How you doing, banana? I got lunch. Ray brought me lunch. Super tasty, boys. Mmm. Mmm. No, I don't want to give him a nickname. No worries, Toto. Take care. Get all your things done. Thank you for the lurkies. Alright. Didn't mean to catch this guy, but he's here now. Okay, so listen, Banana. We had an issue. The name was too long. The limit is like 12 characters. So we went for this boy. Because not only does he have a banana looking thing coming out of his head, but he's also the stomach Pokemon. I don't know if you knew this, but I didn't. I don't know where you check that. It doesn't say here, but it's apparently this is the stomach Pokemon, and I was like, could this be any better? I was like, yes, the stomach Pokemon. He's got a little banana coming out of his head. It's not actually, but it looks like one. Hold on. You can't even get close to what? I want to pick up that shit's on the ground, but these two little dinglings are standing next to it. Yeah, come here. Chase me. Move away from the thing. Are they like stuck there or? They're having a fat chat though. They're just living their best lives. Enrique the student. Looks like Enrique the grandpa. Pineco. I don't know those things typing. Woof. It hurt itself. What an idiot. I'm gonna risk it. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Are you watching or staying up to date with the World Cup? I'm not, Sydney. The only sports I really care about is esports. The only thing that I've watched so far from the World Cup is Jungkook's performance, and that was it. That's all I was interested in. I was like, bye guys. So yeah, I didn't even know it was happening. One of my previous students, like from my old job, was like, hey, have you been watching? And I was like, nope. I don't know anything about anything football, so it wouldn't really make sense for me to watch. There we go. A potion. Alright, let's look where we're going next. I think we might actually be going for our first, this thing. I don't know, the Star Gang, or whatever the fuck they're called. Basically, there's like, I think there's like 4 of these bases where we have to fight them to make them stop harassing people, basically. Which is like kind of weird. But if you think about it, it's kind of also like the villain groups that we had in previous games, so kind of makes sense. Kind of weird, but also kind of makes sense. I think... Yeah, I can fly there. Oh, I see where we are now. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll just head over there. What? Where am I going? This way. Okay. I'm directionally challenged. I could not direct myself out of a paper bag if I tried. Ooh, shiny things. Hello. Is this a tower I can climb? Doesn't look like it. I think I've been in this area before. Where? Ooh, what is this? It's a grass Pichu. Interesting. I'm not gonna do it now, though. That's a cricket. I need to stop jumping down mountains because I keep landing on Pokemon when I do that. There's nothing new here. That's an angry little chili pepper. Hey, let's talk. Listen, I don't think you actually want to talk. Is that Charlie? Moist critical. Certainly looks like him. He's got an Eevee? Oh no. Sorry, buddy. Whoopsie. Bunk. Penguin, is it Z0? Penguin 0? Man, Pomo, I'm sorry, Pomo's my starter now. Poor Catnip has taken the backseat here. Mankeys. I'm pretty sure I caught a Mankey. Yeah, nothing too interesting. I'm pretty sure I've been through this area. I did a lot of running around off stream because I was like, okay, let's do the big things on stream, but I can do the running around off stream. Oh wait, there's a battle. Are you using a legendary as a motorcycle? Brain is melting. Calamita's Genshin? Hello, hello. Welcome to the posse. Thank you for the follow. Yes, I am using a legendary Pokemon as a motorcycle, basically. What did this kid say? That little coin Pokemon runs away fast. You can't catch it, but if it drops a coin, you can find it. Okay. Are you telling me those gimme ghouls that I've been finding this whole time, they actually just drop the coin and run? That's interesting. Thank you for the confettis. How are you doing? Can I just... Can I call you Genshin? I don't know if that makes it more or less complicated. You gotta get some... No worries, no worries. Have a lovely one, Banana. Take it easy, yo. 2 hyper potions? Goddamn. Kala? I can do Kala. You good? Oh, that's fantastic. It is a Tuesday after all. We gotta choose happiness on a Tuesday, yeah? Technically, I want you to choose it every day. Choose happiness every day. But in particular, I'm gonna remind you today. Ooh. Gonna name another Pokemon, and it's gonna be fruit. Oh, hell yeah! I'm down for that. Put it next to Banana Best in the PC? Okay, I will. They gotta be together. Gotta put the fruits in the fruit bowl together. I agree. You're sick but happy enough? Well, that's good. Staying positive when you don't feel well. I have to defeat another 2. Damn it. Yeah, because I know it's not fun being sick. And yeah, if you feel sad as well as being sick, it's just like, it's very difficult, I think, to overcome it. So just take care of yourself, rest up, eat some good food, drink some good drink, like water. Water's always good when you're sick. But also depending on your type of sickness. I like to drink tea when I'm not feeling good. It's warm, it's comforting. If my throat is sore, I can have some honey in it. A little bit disturbing that I'm finding bits of Pokemon in the field here, but sure. You want head pats? I mean, I can't give you head pats. But if you can imagine getting head pats, then you can have head pats, yes. Okay, hold on. I got very distracted and I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. Am I even in the right place? I am? Okay, so it is this place that we're going into. Alright, yeah, I guess we can just go forward then. I hope you feel better soon. I know a couple weeks ago I had like really bad nausea. Oh, it's so terrible. Because then you don't want to eat. You want to play Scarlet Violet, but you don't have the games? Ah, games. The Seguin Squad. The Morgan kid? Yes, I'm here to kick your ass. Maybe I am. That was very aggressive of me. Cool as a cucumber. Honesty's not always the best policy, you know. It's time to battle. It's time to duel. Boy. Murkrow. Hey yo. Ooh. I should have healed before we went in. Thank you, Kala. Why did such a sassy kid have to be so strong? Me? Sassy? I could never be. Hasta la vista! You want to be a VTuber? Not good enough? Have you tried? You don't have a good PC? So I'm using a program. I don't know how intense it is. I don't think it's very intense though. It's called VTuber Kit. I need to put the link somewhere where it's easy to find. But if I search VTuber Kits on Twitter, this one is like very like not intense. I'll say it that way. It's not very intense. Ah, it's by Cupin. There we go. It's very cute. Very easy to use. I'll send you the link to the tweet. Yeah, I don't think it's too intense on your computer. And it's very easy to use, very easy. Very easy to make your character as well. Maybe you can give it a try. You can check it out. And it's free as well. So you don't need a model. You make the model in the program. That's the one that I'm currently using. This one I made myself. Let's see. I can close this. This one. Yeah, because I have a 3D model as well, but I use it. It's a Vroid one. Off to watch Argentina's game. Oh, enjoy, Sid. Thank you for the lurkies. Take care. Yeah, this guy just wants to. Hasta la vista. I'm gonna kick your ass, boy. Let's go. Wait, what? No fights? Nice work.
사랑해.
Thank you, Kala. Hold up in that base is Team Star's Dark Crew, the Seguin Squad. Their boss, Giacomo, pretty much runs the whole of Team Star and he also produced that wild soundtrack of theirs himself. He's a sharp guy, even our declaration of war won't have ruffled him in the slightest. His plan is probably to wear you down with a wave of grunts, then finish... Bring him down with a head-on attack. Ring the bell on the gates. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna go back for a second and heal my Pokemon. Because I think there was a thingy, a Healy place not too far. Actually, hold on. Can't I just fly there? I can. Okay. I'm just gonna fly there quick. Heal, and then go back. Welcome to the Pokemon Center. Wah! Kala. That gives me a fright every time. Bam, 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 bam. Let's see. Oh, I don't have a lot of stuff, but I can sell this, I guess. You love me? You just met me. What? Okay, accidentally sneaking every time. Okay, so yeah, I can just probably go here and jump down. I think I came here before. As a person in the streamer. Thank you, thank you. I didn't think that you meant romantic. But yeah, thank you for being here. I hope you enjoy your time with us. Oh shit! I love this song. This is like a no-fail, make Tato happy. I actually want to change it. There's a longer one. Oh. I don't think I can jump that high yet. And this bronze boys all up in my business. Nope. Ah, shitty titties. I do not want to fight you, buddy. Release me. Okay, it's fine. I'll get that guy another time. Alright, we're going down here, though. So we're just gonna yoink it. Whee! There we go. We got them boys. Dan! Pew, 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 pew. Dan, skill issue, Dan. Hello, motherfucker. Hello, fucking chaos. Why skill issue? First 3. Oh, okay. What did I want to bring here? I think the first 3 are actually fine. Hello, motherfucker. No skill issue, phone issue. I would say maybe check to see that your notifications are still on. Is your phone in like a do not disturb mode? Kala. Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker.
Ah, Kala, don't spam. Don't spam, don't spam. You just got another Twitch notification? Oh, that's weird. Maybe I banned you, Dan. Maybe you're actually banned. Maybe this is all just a weird dream you're having. Okay, the first 3 in my team are fine. Unbanned Dan. Yeah, do you deserve to be unbanned, Dan? I don't know about that. Clive. Send out multiple Pokemon? Oh shit. Easy mode. Some jumped up kid. That's fucking rude. Okay. So I just have to kick some ass. Take some names. Ah. Okay. Cool. So they're just gonna throw Pokemon out and I'll be like, let's go. Where you going, buddy? Oh! Get him! Yeah, this is fine. Okay, these guys are... just taking all the shits out. Get in there! Okay, this is not that difficult. Hero update? Yes, yes, yes. Give it a try, Hero. It's really fun. It's a pretty cool app. It's getting a little bit spammy. Sorry, Kala. It's getting a little bit spammy. Catnap's taken a little bit of damage. I think we should be fine, though, for the time. Hi, Mugiwara. How are you? I might just have to put a time limit on those things. No worries, Kala. It's just difficult to talk if there's like constant if there's constant sound alerts going off. Oh no, Kenneth died. Sorry, buddy. Oh, it's because they were flying. Shit. That makes a lot of sense. And Azzy? What are you doing, Azzy? Azzy's fighting things. Okay. Woof. You guys are doing big slapper. Damn. Damn, Daniel. What was the VTuber? So the hi, kiss your ass goodbye. Hello, hello. There's the link for the Twitter. What is this pixel mess? Yeah. It's a mess. Oh, Sneasels. My Assie's got thick fat, so maybe she'll be fine. No? Oh, she's good? Okay, that's also fine. Let's see, one more. Get him, Azzy! As he continues to fight things. You just finished Violet? Damn! You people just like speedrunning this shit. Did you have fun? No, not Assy. Azzy. Azzy like Azdaha. But Azumarill. Gonna fight. This is why you got banned, Dan. This is why you don't get notifications no more. Because you're just here to cause chaos. Which is kind of a funny name because you're the most, like, one of the most chilled streamers that I watch. But your name's fucking chaos. But it's the most chilled vibes no matter what you do. Watching you play Dunk Souls and you just like, this is fine. Just walk back and forth to attack some weird creature that absolutely thrashed you, and you're like, no, this is fine. The most chilled. This is fine. Had lots of fun. If you need help in raids, let me know. Thank you, thank you. I might do some on stream in the future, but for now I'm just like progressing through the story and stuff. At the deck, I go by DJ Vice. What a prick. Anyway, call me whichever. It's a vibe either way. Call yourself DJ Vibe, you idiot. Nice to meet you and all, but how about we skip straight to your outro? Wow, I'll play your sick requiem. Oh, as you crash and... you gonna be crashing and burning. This guy. I wanna smack him. Fuck this guy. The audacity. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this beach. Yeah? Let's go, Pomo. You don't really think things through, do you? Declaring war on Team Star is a real bad move. We'll see about that, buddy. He's only got 2 Pokemon. Cool. Let's go. Let's motherfucking go. Am I over-leveled for this? You love Pomo? I love Pomo. I loved Poor Me. I loved Poor Me. And I was like, I don't want this thing to evolve. And then someone was like, yeah, they're basically same. And I was like, oh my god. So I let it evolve. And then I need to, no spoilers, but I'm gonna go figure out myself how to evolve this bad boy. Woof, so shiny. Because even the 3rd stage, like, it stays adorable as heck. There's a trick to it. Yeah, I've heard. River Vroom. Are you joking? Time to up the tempo. The show ain't over yet. Wait, is that the Pokemon? Oh. He was on the Pokemon the whole time. What is this? Second Starmobile? I'm gonna punch him in the face. What the heck is that? That's actually a Pokemon? Oh my god. Nice. 5 times. I wonder if... because my Spark does a lot of damage. It's a few Pokemon? Wait, really? Oh my god, that's so weird, Tango. Do you have to, like, get all the separate parts of the Pokemon and build it? I don't know which one. I mean, I'm not worried about... Oh, never mind. Maybe I should have been worried. Oh. Yoda? Bow, 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 bow. Sheesh.
RR, UU, RR, UU, RR, UU, RR, UU, RR, RR, UU, RR, UU, RR, UU, RR, UU, RR, UU.
Oh, I should have used catnip actually.
RR, UU, RR, UU, RR.
Yoda. 14 months, friend. Thank you, thank you. Damn, homie. Thank you for being part of the posse. Brian does it better? Yeah, definitely. Oh! Jesus! Okay, Azzy. Azzy, not Assy. Azzy. I have to specify because Dan's got a listening skill issue. He's got them old man ears. So I have to enunciate. I have to speak very clearly for him to hear me. Gotta shout a little bit. How you doing, Yoda? Guess that's that. Yeah. You dingleberry. Thank you, Mugira. Mugiwara, I can't word. About a year and a half ago. Oh no. Is this his origin story? Oh, I like his headset though. Guess that's that. Are these the bad guys? Oh my god. They are doing the most. The girlie with the boots though? Did something happen? The big boss just wanted my take on some stuff, so we had to chat and settled on a few plans. A few plans, like... For what? Operation Star, first of all, and also a new code of conduct for the team. You know how tons of new members have joined up recently? We gotta make some team rules, like a code, so we'll all be on the same page. Nice, you'll come up with a great code for us, won't you? What is this? How far are you into the game? You're learning how to edit? Ooh, like videos? Way too much pressure. I used to be the president of the student council. But you know how, everyone ended up hating me after that? What the heck? Of course, we know you forced a ton of stuffy rules on everyone and they wouldn't take it. So he's gone the complete opposite direction now. We got some other nerd to replace you after like 5 minutes. I cannot help but concur. Oh my god. Male students' hair must stray no further than 1.8 inches below the nape and so forth. Your rules were vexation made manifest. My point exactly, so you'll all agree that I shouldn't be let anywhere near this new code. But you all know what's best for the team. I don't know how to say his name. Is it Giacomo? You look out for us. You've earned our trust many times over. Without you, Team Star just wouldn't work. That stuck-up student council prez isn't who you are anymore, man. A code written by Giacomo I'm looking at now, I'd follow that any day. What a bunch of nerds. Thanks for the ego boost, everyone. I'll do it. I'll write up the darn code. Okay, so that's his backstory. I did the best I could. I wrote that code myself, and there's no going back on it now. My days as a boss are over. So here, take my star badge, would ya? What a chop. Why are we buddy-buddy now? He's shaking my hand. Very interesting. I'll give you this choice TM2. You earned it. Fair and square. Foul play. Nice. Oh, that's so cool, Yoda. Let's talk about those Pokemon of yours. They're crazy strong, huh? You learn those trainer chops at the academy? What moves you should use and stuff? Nope. All on my own. You get a Quaxwell to style that up for you? I'm just after a quick word, would you mind? I can tell it's going to be something annoying, but I guess I'm newly freed up for time. I'll get straight to it. It seems all of you in Team Star are headed for expulsion if you keep up your current activities. So why don't you break up the team and start attending class at the academy again? That's what you want to know? As it happens, we're actually waiting on a pal, though we don't know if they'll be coming back. A pal? A close friend of yours, are they? You like Clive? They're only the strongest boss in all of Team Star. Like how there's a top champion who's the absolute #1 trainer, you know? They're the one who invited us other bosses to form the team. We call him the big boss. And where is this big boss of yours now? Wouldn't we like to know? We haven't heard from him in, I don't know, must be a year and a half now. We thought that if we kept Team Star going, then they'd get back in touch one day. But the teachers keep pressing us to call it quits, and then we get party crashes like you two. I don't feel sorry for you guys. Maybe the big boss did ditch us. They were talking about breaking up the team before. And all. Look at his hair. I don't know, Yoda. Let me be honest, not my style, you know. Is the sky blue? Okay, that was kind of cute though. Let me put in words you eggheads at the academy might understand. They're my greatest treasure. Oh my god! I still don't... No, you guys should go to class. I still don't feel bad for you. These eggheads need to go to class. No longer carries his star badge, the symbol of his status as a boss. He gave it to you, did he? Yeah! Beach. With its boss out of the picture, the Sagan squad is pretty much done for. Got caught up in my thoughts for a second. Is this the big boss? Is Cass the big boss? I'll transfer some LP over to your phone as promised. Nice. 5k? Shit. I don't know how I've been earning it, but I have a fair amount already. I took the liberty of adding some new entries to the range of TMs you can make at the TM machine. Ah, these new TMs will help you improve your Pokemon's... Yeah. You deserve an extra reward. Someone from my supply unit will be there soon to give you some materials. Oh, shit. From doing raid battles? Ah, okay, that makes sense. Oh, yes! It's Penny! I was literally just wondering. I was like, when are we going to see Penny again? You probably don't remember, but you got me out of a tight spot by the school. How could I forget you? You've got a giant fucking Eevee bag, Penny. Look at that thing. It's huge. It's almost as big as her. I'm helping out with Operation Starfall as part of my independent study. You know, the treasure hunt. I'm good with machines and hacking and stuff, so I'll be working behind the scenes. I'm still hoping that Penny is actually Cassiopeia, to be honest. Your bonus reward. Thanks. Lots of Pokemon materials. Very vague, thank you. Each time... Ah! I heard all about how you had your Pokemon charge into battle. Seems you were pretty amazing. With a trainer as strong as you on our side, I'm sure the operation will go just fine. There's 4 more squad bosses left, so good luck. Bye, awkward little wave. Look at the Eevee bag. How come she can customize her hair, but we're stuck in our uniform, right? Give me peace, man. Cool. So how are we looking? Okay, looks like the next recommendation here is, where was it? Is this one? This is a gym badge. Electric? The supercharged streamer? Oh my god. Relatable as fuck. Huh. Very interesting. Okay, that's very far from where I am. And I haven't explored this area at all. I guess I could go from here and then have a run around, because I don't know what Pokemon are here. I don't think I've been in this area. Simply because I haven't unlocked any of the things, so I'm just like, don't think I've been here. But it's like on the water as well, so that's gonna be nice. Maybe there's some more water Pokemon in there. For me? It's for me? But yeah, so we're sitting at 5. We accidentally did this one first. But yeah, I'm mostly following Connor's route. Seems pretty good. Alright, yeah. Yoda, did you do any of the classes? Because I'm going to be honest, I started doing them, but I wasn't very interested in doing them, so I stopped. Because I don't have the attention span to sit and, like, read through everything. Alright, so let's see. We can just do Heelys and... I don't think I need to buy anything, but I can have a look. I'm currently just got my Wooper in my party to give him a bit of levels. I hear it. Gimme ghoul. Gimme, gimme. Your coin. Where are you? There you are. You may have taken a really long nap. Oh my goodness. Good morning, Mal. How are you, sir? I started too, then I realized that those are tutorials on how I played the game. So I stopped. Oh, really? So wait, you don't want to do the classes? Is it like too... For me, it was like boring. Oh, okay. I'm gonna fight anyone that I come across, basically. There's the green one. I don't have this one yet. Hi. Can I catch you? No, the pig's chasing me now. Oh! Is this the summer one? Whoa. It's level 21. It's a bit spicy. Whoa! Ah! Itai! Whew. Sorry, Pomo. That was a little bit spicier than I was expecting. There's a deerling standing behind me as well. Uh-oh. Oh, Pomo! I might let Pomo die. Sorry, buddy. Alternatively, the deerling stays in the ball. Was that a crit catch? That weird wiggle it does before? Got him! Oh! Pomo just leveled? Okay. I wanna... It was a crit catch? Ah! Because I saw that before, but I wasn't too sure. I couldn't remember what the crit catch looked like. I just wanna... open something quick. Dun dun dun. There we go. Alright. Let me go heal my poor Pomo, because boy's on his way out. Wait, hold on. I was curious about Pomo evolving them, so I googled it. Will evolve after you've walked alongside them for a long while. Whether they've been let out in battle in Let's Go mode with R or just walking around you with the ZR. but the recommendation is you just run around in a circle for 2 minutes. That's actually ridiculous. I'm just gonna run with mine out, thanks, actually. Ooh, what was this one's name? Fuck, I don't remember. It needs to walk around for 1,000 steps. It's not as bad as I thought, honestly. Steenie! Because it's a mangosteen, yeah? Oh, Jesus, okay. Relax, please, Pomo. That did a lot more damage than I was expecting, but I can probably get a second attack off. Whoa. Ray just throws balls, but I always get them into at least like the orange before I throw a ball. Ray's just like, no, just throw the ball. Especially like for the lower level stuff. He's like, no, just throw the ball. And I'm like, ah! Oh, Ray's just come online. Oh, no, hold on. You also just yeet the ball? Oh my gosh. Ball yeeters unite. Couldn't be me. I'm always over-leveled and over-prepared for everything I do in this game. I lost my first trainer battle ever in Pokemon. Over all the Pokemons. Hello, sweet baby! There you go. Nope. Nope. If you find a quick ball, then you can just chuck those. Oh my goodness. Why do these Pokemon look reskinned? Nani? I mean, Steenie's an older Pokemon. Are you sleeping? Hey, buddy. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. Oh. Hi. Yeah. Let's go, little buddy. We're on a mission. Come on. Oh wait, I already have one of those. The Cyclizar. When are we battling? What do you mean battling, chat? Why are we battling, chat, though? You want to fight me? Me? I'm just a baby. Meryl. Isn't life enough of a struggle? Good morning, Joggin. It's way too early for you to be awake, sir. Does Lechonk only have one evolve, or does he evolve again? Uh-oh, what did I do? Did I just walk up to something? I did, okay. My bad. Ah, it's you. Fuck you, buddy. Director Clavel. Clive? Yep, that's me, Clive, the normal academy student. Anyway, Morgan, I owe you one. Thanks to you, I've been accepted into Operation Starfall. What's your end game? Well, we know, because he's the... Never mind. I need answers, that's all. How do I resolve the situation with Team Star, and what's causing its members' odd behavior? Odd behavior? Team Star is the subject of more than a few nasty rumors swirling around the academy, you know? Some say their bullying has caused a worrying number of students to drop out of school. Others say they're holed up in their bases, plotting to cause trouble for the academy. But these are rumors. The matter I am directly confronted with is something else. I'm talking about Team Star's persistent truancy. They have all been skipping class for a while now. 5 of them in particular, the so-called bosses of Team Star, haven't so much as set foot inside a classroom for over a year. Damn. And it seems that Team's rank and file have recently started stirring up mischief as well. That's why I took it upon myself to issue a direct order to Team Star to disband. I informed them that should they refuse, I would have no choice but to expel all students affiliated with their team. Oh, shit. But I'm afraid there's been no response, and the deadline I set for them to make their choice between dissolution and expulsion is nigh upon us. Very dramatic, Clive. So you see, when I overheard you talking on the phone to Cassiopeia, I couldn't have come at a more crucial time. You want to play now? Sorry, Yoda. Irk. Another time then. Be careful. I see you're coming up to one of Team Star's bases. Was there someone with you just now? Nobody, or it's just me? Why do I have to lie? Well, be warned that Team Star will have its guard up after losing one boss to you already. This base won't go down as easily as the last one. Proceed with extreme caution. I'll be in touch. Okay, listen, I didn't mean to come here. I got distracted. Alright, I have Litleo. I have Lechonk. Lechonkadonks. Oh yeah, they have not stopped. Oh. What typing? Does anybody know? Is it gonna charge me? It is! Ah! Does anyone know what its typing is? Because I really want to catch one. I love Tauros. It's like one of my favorite Pokemon. Fighting type? Uh-oh. Let's just nuzzle him down. Uh-oh. I wonder... No. This shouldn't kill him. He's Tonky. He's a Tonky boy. Hee. I love Tauros so much. I don't know why. Since the first gen, I've loved Tauros. I literally have no reason. You thought it was dark type? I mean, I would have thought it was dark type. They look fucking cool though. Holy shit. Oh, bro. No! No! My baby! Super effective? Does that mean that they can resist a bit of the damage? Actually, yeah. We're not gonna attack, but... You need a red blanket to fight the bull? Yeah? I have a red Pokemon, but I think he's gonna get his ass kicked if I try and use him. Oh yeah? Motherfucker. Again? Wasting my balls. Wasting my patience. Also, hi Vitrix, how are you? This motherfucker. Ah. Hey! No! Sassy! Sassy moo cow. Just stay in the ball. It wants the Ultra Ball. We'll see. I'll give it the Ultra Ball now. Because he's being too sassy. He's twerking on my stream. We going Ultra Ball, buddy? You want it to be the same color as you? You better stay. Good boy. I don't know at what level I should switch over to using the Ultra Balls. Slam. Who was this? Hoopa? Oh. Ow. Ow, I hurt my hand. I might forget tackle and take slam. Let's see what Hoopa wants. If it wants to forget... Bro, you just learned toxic spikes, though. This could be good for, like, gym battles and stuff. Level 35 plus? Ah. Yeah, I'm gonna forget tackle. You can always just change the attacks later. Because that's the thing you can do now. You can change their name, you can change their attacks. This no shit matters. They don't lock you in with stuff anymore. Paldean form. I love it so much. Combat breed. Shit, man. I love it. Into the box you go. Sorry, buddy. Oh, Jesus Christ! Another one just ran past me. Where did he go? There he is. Why are you guys so aggressive? Relax. Relax. Take it easy. Yo. Okay, so... I need to see where I'm going, where I'm headed. There's a shiny boy down there. Am I headed that way? Oh, that's why. Okay, I think I can go around this way. I don't have to go... Because that's, like, through their base or whatever. I couldn't get past there. Oh, there's Dreepies here? Hello? At night, though. Probably. Dreadnought and Dunsparce as well. Probably also nighttime. Okay. Well... I was gonna go across the water, but then I was like, what if I just Noom? And I Noomed, and it worked. There's a shiny boy down there. Let's go see what it is. Well, I say shiny. It's... Oh, it's a Growlithe. Huh. Based on Spain, so bulls. Yeah. That makes sense. Oh yeah. What is that? Ground? Earth? I haven't learned some of these little hats that they have. Catnip. Don't kill it, yeah? Bunk. I already have a Growlithe, but I don't have a Growlithe with that typing. Random Cyclizar just Newman in the background. Ayo! Thanks. An avocado. Nope. Goodbye. Into the box you go. Oh, look, there's a boy. There's a boy. Oh, Pomo fainted, that's why. Should we catch the boy? Oops. It's level 22. It should be fine, right? I don't know if... I don't think grass will do anything to it. Ah! Okay, we're good, we're good. Ow. Okay, that was a little bit spicier. Bunk! Boy! That was easy. Easy game, easy life. Sweet! In the pocket you go. Thanks! Nice. Okay, cool. Cool. It's a Murkrow, Rookie's nuts. Sorry. Meow. Psychozar just fucking nooming again. This guy's got a classic case of ants in his pants. Actually, Newman. I got the fancy Numa though, so. Oh, it is nighttime now? Shit. Man. I wanted a Dreepy. But it's across the water now. What's thems? What are those? What are these? Hello? New Boib? New Boib just dropped? Oh my god! Is it Puffin? What troll? Yeah, let's quick attack. Ooh. Okay, no, we're good. A Peewees! One more. Just don't crit, okay? Ooh! Bit spicy meatballs there. Catnip, you wanna relax, sir? Bunk! I don't know what it is, but it's cute as hell. Look at the one walking in the background. A little waddle. Waddle. Storm Petrol. Oh, it's a petrol. Okay, that makes sense. That's very fucking cute, though. I love him. In the box you go. Hello, Psyduck. Can I fucking help you, mate? Man, these little birdies are so cute, actually. Okay, we'll worry about that another time. Anything else here? This world is fucking huge, though. Dealing... Kelpsy berry. Oh! Hello, Meryl. You guys coming to watch the battle? Ah, Sandile, as we would pronounce it in South Africa. Seed bomb him. Rest in peace. Rest in pieces. Yeah, boy. What's his name? Arturo? It's kind of a cool name. I've been sitting like a complete Wally and now my leg is sore. Why am I surprised? I have like a footrest that I should be using. So let me sit nicely and use it. Posture. All I did was hurt my butt though. My back's fine at least. Is that another... Oh, it's just a Boydie. I don't know what a Dreepy's shadow would look like or if they'd even be across the water here, but... You know what? What, kid? Ergonomic chair who? I mean, technically it is an ergonomic chair. That's why my back doesn't hurt anymore. It's amazing. Lena, she looks so sassy. Cupchew! Oh my god. I don't actually know what to use against Cubchew, to be honest. We're just gonna Seed Bomb anyway. What is posture? Can I eat it? I mean, listen, I wouldn't recommend it. Sorry, Lena. You still sit like a chop? Yeah, it was more that I was hurting my feet because I had like my feet up. But I have a footrest as well, which is also gotta be like Missy Nimona. Oh, that's kind of cute though. Hello, Psyduck. You're not blue though. Don't at me. You're not blue. Come back to me when you're blue, okay? This 20 petrels just sitting around the tree. Also, I wouldn't recommend eating posture, Mao. Because that would be like eating a whole person. Honeydew berry. Oh my god. Because it's a melon. Honeydew. Honeydew melon. Ooh. Cyclizar. Thank you. I wish you could use them as well, though. Depends on the posture. You could probably... probably. What do we got down here? There's a Sandygast. And a Marini. Is it Marini? Is that a Omanite? No, it's the new Diglett. The PP one. And a Crawdaunt. And is that Pukumuku? Pukumuku? Okay, cool. I need to heal my Pokemon. You would try your best to eat a person? Interesting word choice there, Mal. Oh, no! I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, buddy. I support your efforts, like posture. Oh, that was a oopsie daisy. Bitrix! Thank you for the... Thank you for the confettis. I'm wondering, maybe this one hit too hard? Oh, this one's even lower level though. Fuck! Why am I like this? You're meant to do that? Kill things? No. I just want to catch it. Flame charge? What is flame charge? Ooh! Okay. I might take that instead of fire spin, to be honest. Because this is just a dart, but it also doesn't have a very high accuracy, which I don't like. We'll shiny hunt later, Ice. We ain't shiny hunting now. Oh yeah, I wanted to have Oh wait. I just remembered now. Pomo got knocked out. Whoops. We gotta run together, buddy. Whee! That's cute as hell, man. Okay, let's try again. We all shine down here. We're all shiny on the server. Well, fuck. Guess I'll just throw a ball. Damn it. No! I just brought Pomo back, you motherfucker. Unbelievable. Let's do a swapsies. Maybe Azzy. Can't be switched out? Well, this is fine. Is it because of the sand tomb? Oh, nice. Nice. Fucking sandy gassed. Hurting my baby. Nice. Ghost ground. Got him. Just a random Boisel standing behind me. I love this auto heal thing because I'm so lazy to go do it myself. Okay, let's see. Let's go get the little... This boy. Oh, you need to sneak up on them? The Boisel's coming with us. He just wants to be part of the action. Bui bui? The Diglet's watching me now. There's another one over here. Let's see if I can sneak up on it. Got him! Wiglet! Oh my goodness. I don't even know what this thing's typing is. Oh! Okay, it's water, I guess. Damn it! Why am I like this? Yeah, I know, and it was a weak attack as well. Like, damn. It's kind of embarrassing. For them. Yeah, let's just do quick attack. Don't kill it. Ooh! God damn. This Pomo's too strong. Strong like bull. Got him. Wiglet. It's literally just a water type. That's quite interesting. Garden eel. That's so weird that they made it seem like a variant of Diglett. Let's go get the Marini, I think. Can't wait till you see Wiglet's Evo. Oh my goodness. Say nothing more. I will get around to all of them eventually. Eh? What? Cool. Well, don't kill it, please. Just stun it. Ow. One more nuzzle. Don't crit. I only really know this Pokemon from the anime. I don't think I played, or don't remember at least, the gen it came out in. It was Sun and Moon, right? I think I started Sun and Moon. Was it when I was in hospital? Or oh, there's a Slowpoke? Bro. Did he even notice I was there? Bless him. Your headphones died? You didn't charge them? Sorry, friend. I wonder if you can hear me, though. I could just be sitting here talking shit and you'd have no idea. Who didn't charge my headphones? Yeah, who was it? Who was responsible for that? Eh? That's rude. What else would be new? I don't talk smack all the time. Only some of the time. Stay in the ball, buddy. You know you wanna. Thank you. How is it already 1:15? The fuck? Where did the day go? Wee, dopey Pokemon mood. If I had to pick ooh, a big pearl. That's all the money. I wonder if I should run up and down the beaches and see what I can find here. That's a bui bui, not floatzel, hey. Oh, it's a Crabrawler. I do need one. There was a Pyukumuku. I was like, no man, I saw a Pyukumuku there just now. And you guys? Ooh! Let's go. We haven't talked smack in a bit. I want to book an appointment. Oh, yeah? Uh-uh. Don't kill. Okay, we're good. Tadgy. Uh-oh. I forgot this was a little Electro boy. Oh, this is Pincurchin, not Pyukumuku. My bad, my bad. I see now. Took me this long to realize. Marini is a really good poison type. So I might... Tango, didn't you tell me to put the thing in my team? Because Ray wanted me to as well. Well, I don't think he necessarily wanted me to use him, but he was like, this is a really cool Pokemon. Do you wanna potentially talk smack tonight, Mal? We can do smack talk tonight. What day is it? It's Tuesday, yeah? Can't do head pats? You can't? Did I not? I didn't enable it, did I? My only thing is, like, I could just leave them up all the time. Pyukumuku isn't in this game? Ah, okay. I see. I don't know why I was mistaking the two. So, I don't want to leave it on, because there's going to be people who are going to redeem it, and I think it's one of those ones that I can't actually, like... I can't refund. Catnip wants to learn the move Worry Seed. What's that? So, like, I think people will just redeem it, and then they won't, like, it's wasting their points, you know? It's not a lot of points, but still.
Would you like a couple more?
Because you look thirsty as fuck right now. There we go. I turned it on, guys. You should be able to head pats. I was going to say punch, and then I was like, no, wait. Don't punch me, please. I don't know why my brain was like, yes, punch. Hey, thank you, Yaku. Whooper is a must? Yeah. Yeah, Ray was like, yes. Ow! Yaku, what the heck? Head punch. Okay, I'm gonna skip that. What do you think, buddy? You want to forget U-turn? Thanks, Yaku. Yeah, because Ray really liked the Wooper. And then when the Wooper evolves... so yeah. He was very excited about it. Do I need to... Oh my god, he's swimming? Nah, bruh. This game is so cute. He just switches over to water mode. Oh my god. Y'all, do I do it? Because that's a girly Gyarados. Hello! How are you? Yeah, how are you doing? A Gyarados. This is not gonna... It's only level 22. Hacks. Actually hacks, so... Woo! That's a bit spicy. My Magikarp's also a girly. Uh-oh. Damn it. Why does he get a platform, though? I wonder... I can quick attack and not kill it, right? Oh, okay. We're good. It's not very effective. Just casually takes out a big chunk of my health. Cool, cool, cool. And there's a dolphin. What is that? There's little dolphins there? Have we ever had a dolphin Pokemon before? Because I don't think we have. Oh my god. They're so cute. But IRL dolphins are kind of assholes, to be fair. You love the dolphin? Okay, I'll say no more. Magikarp scales. Gyarados. There's a quillfish in front of me as well, so if you can kindly fuck off to the box. Ma'am. Miss Ma'am, get out of here. Lantern? Lantern's a fish, though. Whoops. Where's my quillfish gone? Bro, did he disappear? Did he eat spaghetti? No, he's over there. Hi, buddy! Oh, shit. There we go. Let's see. Oh, okay, that didn't do too much damage. Spikes! Oh, there's a cloister! I mean, you scattered it on the ground. I hate to break it to you, buddy, but... Okay, we're good, we're good. Lantern ain't no dolphin. Yeah, definitely not. It's a lanternfish. I just hate his way of evolving. Oh no. Yeah, that looks good. We'll go off to the cloister next, then we'll go get the dolphin. What's that in the distance? Oh my goodness, the distraction is real. Is that... Yeah, that's a cloister, right? Oh, the way it's swimming? Hello? Accurate? Oh my god, I love this game. You love this dolphin, but not IRL dolphins? Okay, fine. Then I can smack talk dolphins then. Dolphins are assholes. They're the assholes of the ocean, well and truly. If anything were going to take over the world, it would be the dolphins. So, you know, once humanity drowns, you know, because of global warming or whatever, this Earth is going to belong to dolphins. I'm just gonna throw that out there if you guys didn't know that. Hear me thinking Gyarados is like, wow, so rare. Find it swimming, just chilling in the ocean. Nope. These... Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Do not perceive me, thanks. What is that? What the... Oh, Bruxish. Sus. I hate this thing. Oh, there's a love disc. Oh, Jesus. Fucking God. A lot of cute animals IRL are assholes. I mean, yeah. Look at me. Whoops. Fuck. Did not mean to do that, to be fair. Let's go. You know what? Pommy, I need you, booby. Come back. Because catnip is too strong like bull. I need you to just nuzzle the fuck out of these little fishies. Bruxish is like honestly one of the ugliest Pokemon. I can't stand it. Jesus. Pommy! I want to know why Pommy swims though. Where's his little platform? My little baby over here getting his fur all gross, full of salt water. Nice. This is honestly what I love doing the most. Fucking catching Pokemon. Oh my god. Yes. Oh? Squishies! Squishies evolving! Squish, squish! In the water though. Sorry, buddy. Hey, yo! Ah! It lives at the bottom of ponds and swamps. It will carry Whooper on its back and ferry them across the water from one shore to the other. So cute. Hey, little buddy. Squishy wants to learn the move Amnesia. What is Amnesia? Oh, Psychic. The user temporarily empties its mind to forget its concerns. Mao, is this a personal attack? I think it's a personal attack. Actually, I'm gonna skip Amnesia. I don't think I'll use it. Ray loves that thing. I don't think it's an understatement. Wait, is that a shark? Shaku? Shaku? Tuna? Shaku? Whoa! No, that's a barracuda. Fucking hell. It's a personal attack when you call me. But Mao, it just means that I know you. Cloudboy carries through entire game? Really? Oh, ow, what the fuck? This thing is vicious, man. It's fucking scary looking as well. That's a barracuda, right? It has to be. Even though we have barracuda Pokemon. I'm pretty sure that's like based on a barracuda. Am I wrong, Mao? That's my question. Am I wrong? Jettison. Regenerative capabilities. Shed spare flesh from its body. What the fuck? That's disgusting. Water Psychic. No, thank you. Into the box you go. Goodbye. No! I don't want to fight you, you little fuck. Get out of here. Pommy's Nuzzle is currently carrying the game for me. This is a Clawitzer? Did I get the clam in the end? I can't remember. Oh, Clauncher. Clawitzer's the bigger one, right? Oh, I'm running out of my nuzzles. You like Claude more than Quagmire? I think they're both kind of cool though. Thing is, like, I can't have favorites in anything that I do because I always feel bad for the one that gets left out. The only one that doesn't apply to is Bruxish, because that thing can be gone from the game and I won't miss it. You didn't like Quagsire? Okay, well, fair then. Did I get the clam boy? I can't remember now. Clownsha. I think I got distracted before I got it. There's Bruxish. I didn't catch it. How embarrassing. You didn't like him? Pretty useless? Oh, man. The world seems so much more alive because, like, you can see I'm at the beach currently. All of these is beaches. Also, most of my team is male. Another Gyarados in the distance there, giving me a goddamn heart attack. Bro. You love beaches. One of my favorite things with my students is that sometimes they would mispronounce beaches. And so it would sound like they said bitches instead, and I was like, yes. I love going to the bitch too. It's me, I'm the bitch. Claude, on the other hand, is super useful. Yeah, Ray says his typing is really good. Oh, yeah? We do one more nuzzle. Oh! Bro. Yeah, you see, that's what you get. I need to go buy more bowls as well, because apparently I've just been throwing them willy-nilly. Bivalve Pokemon. What an interesting way to describe it. Are there any Pokemon that share like that description, that type? Whoops, that's a lot of Marinis. Oh yeah, there's the dolphin. We didn't catch it earlier because we got distracted. Should we grab that one? He's all by himself. He needs friends. Oh my god, that's so cute. Hello. Hi, little baby. I'm gonna spark it. Do you think he won't die, right? Famous last words. Oh my god. Pomo was like, nah, 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 nah. Ah, nah, 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 nah. You wiped out my HPZs, bro. Pomo is not having it. Pomo's like, fuck this one in particular, you know? That's okay. We'll go find another one. I'm sure there'll be more. Nugget? Would I? Oh, I wonder what we're having for dinner tonight because we have load shedding again over dinner time, so that's great, you know? Oh, thank you, Tango. I actually wanna add more to that. I wanna add more to that message. Make it a little sweeter. Ooh, hello. Shiny? Shiny light? What could it be? Depending... Oh, there's another dolphin for me. Depending what it is. Oh, Jesus! What is that? That's Marini's Evolve? Or is that a Marini? Looks like a Marini. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Oh, this is Toxapex. Oh my goodness, it's the evolve form. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna die. Level 37. Oh my god, it did nothing. But hopefully stunned? Paralyzed? Shit. Do I just... Wait, why can't I... Why can't... Oh, I have to take it down first. Fuck. Toxic Apex. I was like, why can't I throw a ball at it? So it's definitely the toxic part, because it's poison. Liquidation? Holy shit. Yeah, let's go with Azzy. Azzy's a bit tanky. Liquidated your cute little guy. I can't believe you done this. Cannot actually. Uh-oh. Recover? Oh no. Did I not do any damage to this thing? Did her... Oh, it doesn't do much. Fuck. No! Jesus. Yeah, I thought Azzy could tank it a little bit better. Hi, Bubble. Will be interesting to see how the crystal shit messes up the competitive scene. Yeah, I'm curious about it. Because apparently you can also change their typing. So you can get, like, really good shit. Look, I also have a cool hat. Avoided? No! This thing is so strong. Fuck. Get him! Fatum, Fluffy! Did that do anything? Because it looked like it didn't do anything. This is fine. This is okay, actually. It literally did, like, no damage, though. Jesus. Thank God it just keeps using haze for whatever reason. Even though there's, like, no stat changes happening. Very dramatic animation there, Azzy. No! Shit the bed. Wah! Hat meta? Actually, yes. No, man. I just healed. I just healed, so could you not actually do that, please? Yeah, no, I need this. I need Azzy to survive. Yeah. Lemonade. You could have Tank Blissey go from fairy to water. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see. Recover! Are you joking me? So please stop. Oh my god, it just full healed itself. This is the worst timeline. I don't think I can defeat this thing, to be honest. Because it's technically paralyzed, but it can still... That hasn't stopped it, you know? It's just going to keep healing itself. Body slam? Bro. Please give me peace. This is mad shit. I just need to... I need to do enough damage to it that the crystal breaks so I can try and catch it. But like, fuck, man. Oh. Wow, that did nothing. I just wanted to see what... Oh my god. Oh, as he tapped it out so you wouldn't feel sad? Yeah, no, I don't think I can do this, guys. This guy just refuses to die. This is not gonna happen. I just can't do enough damage. Without... It's like constantly fucking healing. What an asshole. Do I have anyone alive to fight you? Why is it 2 Gyarados just fucking vibing next to me? Look at those FPS drops. Yeah, it's actually been really bad. Okay, so this time, we're not gonna mess with the dolphin too much. I like that he has a little bracelet on his fin. That's a water toxic? What are you talking about, Ice? Where the fuck did the dolphin go? I was reading chat. You're not gonna come back up? Damn it. You think I didn't know that? Arm thrust. So the thing is, my Pormo wouldn't have survived. He got wiped out by 1 attack, so yes, Ice, please don't do that. I know the typing, thank you. I'm not interested in backseating, so please don't tell me shit like that. Yeah, it was level 37. That was the issue. In Pormo we trust, but my Pormo would not have survived. It got one shot by a liquidation, so I was like, that's not happening. Hi, Maestro. I'm doing good. How are you? Yeah, they're just vibing over here. And it's a couple as well. I went to their wedding. It was a very beautiful wedding. There's their kid next to them. He's a bit of a troublemaker, as you can see. Got ants in his pants. But yeah, fuck that Toxapex. Level 37, bro. Do you want to calm down, maybe? I can't remember if there was something else here that I wanted. Thank you for the hug, Maestro. Are you doing well today? I wonder if anyone's found a shiny of the dolphin yet. And if it's not pink, I have words. The burbs are cute. Yeah, the little petrel. I like the colors and the typing as well. I thought that was quite pretty. What? No bonk, Peanuts. Like, they're quite cute. And their noise is also pretty cute. Is that just the rock thing in the shade, or is that a different one? It's not pink? Oh. My day is ruined. Is that just because he's in the shade? That looks like a normal one, right? It's like not a different color and like variation or whatever. Are you being sus? That's a nice set of burbs. They're not boobies! They're petrels, okay? No boobies on the beach. Gyarados. I don't say ours. Oh, Chippy, 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 Chippy. No, no, no. I don't wanna. I like how he's just sitting there patiently waiting for me to save. I don't wanna fuck this up. Who's still alive? It's gonna be Catnip, right? Hi, buddy. My usual catch buddy is currently incapacitated. Level 21. Ooh. Can I hit this thing with a normal attack? Isn't it a ghost? Oh, okay, I thought so. We want an open world Pokemon game, but at what cost? The worst thing is that oof, this boy's got big damages. It's fine, we can always just... Oh, that's not bad. I'll take that. Might stick it in a black ball so it looks fancy. If I can catch this one for Ray. No! Burbs. Burbs? No, burbs is burbs. Burbs is not boobs. Scaraboobs? Monkeys. Oh wait, I already read that. 60. What's $60? I'm scared to attack it again because all my attacks are too big. Man, I wanted it in a fancy Ultra Ball. Oh, you're saying at what cost? At $60 cost? That's the cost. Hey, girl, let's go. Can I just give this one to Ray, or can I just trade it to him like that? Yay! It was on your sword team? Yeah, it was on Ray's as well. He loved this Pokemon so much in Shield. He played a lot of that game, like no jokes. He had like, is that a Psyduck sleeping under the tree? He had, I think, over 800 hours in Sword Shield. I don't know which one it was, Sword or Shield, but I know he played both, and he played both quite a lot. He's got a lot of them hours. I feel like Ray and I would be good friends. Pokemon, talking about Pokemon, but he's actually like a very like quiet, reserved, shy person. I don't want to say he's socially awkward because it feels mean to say that. But yeah, he's a very private person. So I guess if you can get him to meet new people, that's quite an achievement. Am I gonna get bombarded by my rival by any chance? Just some boys chilling in the water. Yeah, so one of the things I'm most worried about is I come across a shiny, but I'm like in a battle with something else. Or like I can't reach it because it's like across the way or something. Oh, there's one of those parrots. Let me go heal up. I need my catch buddy. Because, yeah, Ray, and I find it so weird because my friends have changed so many times over the years. But Ray has had, like, the same group of friends, for the most part at least, for years. For, like, I don't know, half his life, maybe longer. His one friend he's known since he was literally a baby. I don't have friends like that. My oldest friend, in fact, is a friend from Mixit. The fact that the shiny sound was taken away. Yeah, Tango. I'm like worried that I just don't see the shinies. Like if I don't know the color. The first time I saw Taurus, I was like, is that shiny or is it actually that color? But there was a whole group of them and they were all the same color. So I was like, no. Oh, I can't buy Ultra Balls yet. That's fine. There's way too many new things here. Like, damn. Do I have... I don't even use Pokédolls. My oldest friend is from uni. Friends have been coming and going, but I feel like the friends I made on Twitch have been actual true friendships. Yeah, Yoda, you're stuck with me now. Sorry. I like you too much to let you go. Hee hee hee. My oldest friend I met in grade 2, we were really close, but when we went to high school, he joined a new friend group. They were total assholes, which in turn made him an asshole. Oh, Tango, I had that happen as well. There was a girl I was friends with for like 5 or 6 years. I can't remember now. It was like 5.5 years or something. And she just stopped speaking to me during... You know, there's that long holiday from when you finish primary school until you start high school. There's that cuck long holiday. She, like, just stopped replying to me, like, stopped answering my calls and stuff. And then, like, completely ignored me when we got to high school. And I was like, wow, what a fucking bitch. She turned into the most nasty plastic Barbie. And I was just like, okay, cool. Guess I'll just go fuck myself then. But it's fine. It doesn't matter anymore. Do you know why? Because I've got actually nice friends. I'm friends with lots of really nice people now. So sometimes we need to make space in our lives. We don't know it at the time, but we need to make space and time and place for better people in our lives. But yeah, that was in my second primary school, my first high school. Because we even went from the same primary school to the same high school. And I was just like, okay, fine, God. What a piece of garbage. Yeah, it is sad that it happens. But, you know, you find better ways to spend your time. Better people to spend your time with. We still talk, but not as much as we used to. It's a little bit sad when people drift apart like that. I'm only vaguely in contact with 2 people from high school. I'm like, I have like a handful of people that I follow on socials and stuff. Like there's one girl in particular I went to university with, and she was a blessing because she is just very like knowledgeable so I had a dual major. It was English literature and psychology, and she was just really knowledgeable and she could always like help me out with stuff. But I was friends with her from high school as well. And we've stayed in contact, like, you know, as much as people do in general. once you move on to the next stage of your life. And then there's another guy. We didn't go to university together, but we just stayed in contact over the years. Yawn. And he does amazing makeup. This could be good, but I don't know if I want it. Okay, so he really wants to forget toxic spikes. He does not like toxic spikes. I'm gonna keep it for now, buddy. We'll maybe look at Yawn again. Delete people from friends list IRL. Jargon, are you telling us to kill people? Please don't kill people. You reply to stories once a year. What is that? Oh, it's the mouses. Never mind. I used to drink a lot and smoke and go out a lot. Then one day I decided that this isn't the road I want to walk and I completely stopped drinking and smoking. Then BAM! Friends no longer invite me to go out or anything. People suck. I made new friends. And they be cool, yo. Yeah, you see. You just gotta... Maybe if you stayed with those people, you wouldn't have space. You wouldn't have time to discover new people, new places, new things. So yeah. Oh, there's a Rotom! Okay, birdies, I'll come back for you. I want to see if I can catch the Rotom. Bunk, hello! I've never caught one of these things before, I don't think. Okay, well, I don't think Nuzzle's gonna work here. Oh, I'm poisoned? Whoopsie. Oh, yeah? Oh, shit. Oh, because it's a ghost? Fuck. Uh-oh. Shit. You lost contact with your only friend from high school? Aww. One of those people is an ex who broke my tiny gay heart. They did apologize for their behavior, which was nice. Yeah, you see, like, some people actually learn and grow as they get older. Some people don't. Oh no, this is the worst timeline. Shit. Huh? Oh yeah? Interesting. I said it was Ghost Electric, right? I actually don't know what to use against this. Will the ground attack kill it? I'm very bad with typing. I hope this works. If that's what it takes to remove toxicity. Jargon. Jargon and I put our weapons away slowly. All of my high school friends post vile shit on Facebook. Oh yeah? Actually, you know what? Ice, I will ban you. I don't give a fuck. I actually don't care. The politics in this country ruins people. Yeah, I see that all the time on Reddit. I'm so tired. If you guys can let me play the game that I'm playing and let me enjoy it the way I want to enjoy it, that would be really cool. I didn't say it was a spoiler. I didn't say it was a spoiler. Did I say you spoiled anything? Did I say, Ice, please stop spoiling? Or did I say, let me play the game that I'm playing in the way that I want to play it? No backseating is also one of the things I said earlier. So if you want a backseat, go somewhere else. Because you're making it not fun for me, which is what I said earlier. Actually, I'm gonna just pop on an ad. And just BRB quick. Weapon, no, we don't do weapon banner in this house. Weapon banner is disappointment. So no. I'm miserable right now. This is impressive and not in a good way. I agree, but I just got one now, so maybe I should be thankful. Okay, now another one. That's not him. That's also not him. That's especially not him. That is a bow. That is not a dog boy. That is also not a dog boy. This is disappointment. I'm gonna go ugly cry. This is a cat! Ah! Can I help you? Can I help you? Can I fucking help you? Can you, like, focus? You literally have one thing to focus on, it's me. And I don't play scary games at all. I am a chicken bitch of note, let me tell you. I get a fright from my own notifications if I don't see them coming, so... You guys! Did you guys see that? What did he just do? Did you guys see that? Russian that scares me? Oh! Me scary? Never. I'm not scary. I'm fluffy and soft and squishy. Very squishy. But vote. Vote in the poll, please. See, but I like it. A pussy tight, pussy feet, pussy fresh. No, piss! I had that song stuck in my head earlier today. Oh no. Why you read? Cause it was funny. Money, 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 money. Make an offering. Uh-oh. I'm being too loud. It's now almost 12 o'clock. I need to... Shh. Why didn't I pick a butthole? I wonder if the avatar farts. You mean like Aang? Being a windy boy, I wonder if he can just like control his farts. So you just don't hear the squeak. It's just silent but deadly all the way. Oh, the stream. I'm so sorry, Jinxie. Um, yeah, sorry. My coming back from advert doesn't have an unmute thing, which is maybe a good thing. Okay, never mind that idea. I literally don't have anyone that can do anything to this Pokemon. No, Tango, it's okay, it's okay. It wasn't you. It's the little chirpy birds that want to make fucking chirps the whole time. Fucking pissing me off. Like, okay, you're so great at this game, go fucking play it yourself then. Shut the fuck up. Thank you, Yaku. I'm like seriously. Just go play the game yourself. I don't give a fuck if you don't have a Switch. That sounds like a you problem. You don't have to sit in someone else's chat and fucking chirp the whole time, though. Did that actually do any damage? What will Play Rough do? Thank you, Tango. When are you gonna play more Poppy? Oh, fuck. Yes, Azzy. Relax. Like, seriously, I'm not forcing anyone to come and sit in my chat. I'm not forcing you to be here. I'm not forcing you to watch me make bad plays or good plays. Like, fuck, man. So I went and got myself a fizz pop. I gave Sky a Treato and a head pat. I also need to go ban Dingleberry #1 from the guild. Goodbye. Can make space for people who aren't annoying. What was Thunderwave? No, I think Nuzzle's fine. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chili with the homies, chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chili with the homies, Tran! Welcome, homies! Chicken and macaroni, chili with the homies. Of course, you were playing Pokemon. How are you finding it, Tran? Welcome, little Siri. Thank you for the shouty outies. How was your stream, Tren? How are you finding the game? I need to know. Because I think the last time we spoke about it, it was before the game was released. Even with the jank. You know what, Tren? The people I see who are complaining about the like problems in the game are the people who aren't actually playing it. But the people who are playing it are loving it. It's me. I'm loving it. So I'm glad to know we're on the same page. Hello? Oh my god! Oh Jesus, bird! Can you give me my heart? A squawkabilly? So yeah, all the people who I wonder if this will just stun him and not kill him. Ooh, okay, not bad, not bad. I complain about the problems, but pump so much time into the... You see, but that's the thing. Like, all the people who are playing it love it. Like, easily. everything I see is like terrible performance, most fun I've had in my life. Exactly. That's the thing. And I don't know if I'm just being too optimistic, but maybe they fixed some things. Oh shit, sorry, Pommy. Pomo. Poppy. Poppy paw. Spawn! Thank you for the bubbles. The criticism is a big number percent valid, yeah. 100,000? Is that a million? A million percent valid? You're still enjoying it a lot? Yeah, same. Any of the... What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Spawn. Any of the new Pokemon that you really like? Do you have like a favorite? Because to be honest, Pormo, that I can't get over how cute it is. I love so much. There should be patches to fix stuff, but they said that they needed... Yeah, it is a little bit sad. They should have released it with a little bit more polish. The game has a memory leak, so you just have to close the game every now and then. Oh, really? I also have a memory leak. It's relatable. We all have memory leaks here. How are you doing, Spawn? I know you said you're looking, but I hope you're doing well. The game has its issues, but it's by far the most fun. Yeah. Are you using my boss stuff? I kind of stuck. Oh, you got a shiny? Oh my gosh. Congrats. I haven't gotten a shiny yet. But, yeah, so this is... Okay, ignore the fact that a lot of them have fainted and stuff, but we'll get to that in a moment. I just caught my first Squawkabilly. There's more Rotoms over there. I just wanted to grab this before I go heal my babies again. What are those? What are these? Those are the green parrots! Oh my goodness. I know that there's 4 colors of the parrots because you can see them in like the loading screen. You got 5? Oh my god. I haven't gotten a single one yet. I can't wait for my first one though. You found Elvis Presley burb. Nice. On the night of the launch and then 4 on the Saturday. Damn. You have no shinies? How many hours do you have, Tango, if you know? How many shinies do you have? Let me go kick, because I think I needed to make space for Toto anyway. Last login 3 days ago? Yeah. Gonna kick them. I was gonna kick them anyway, but you know. Bye! 2 Shanks, Yangoose, my Bostiff, and a Go-Goat. Oh my god, a Go-Goat? That's really cool. Man, congrats, Trent. That's crazy. I have 0. Shiny Shinx? Yeah, Shiny Shinx is stunning. Over 30 in Arceus. As for hours, I think I have a little over 100 hours. Wait, in Arceus or this one? Go-Goats are a sore subject? No, it was the Skiddo. It was the Skiddo jargon. Skiddos are a sore subject. It's okay, though. Okay, I'm not gonna buy more. I don't need for now. Oh, in Arceus? Okay. But I'm curious how many you have in this. I don't have that many. And if anyone wants to add me as a friend, there is my code. I'll be honest, I don't really know how this works. But if you wanna screenshot it for later or whatever. I don't have a Switch one. But yeah, so we're not going to talk about that one. This one's Ray's game. So he played Shield and I played Sword. Pokemon Unite I played for a little bit. Pokemon Sword, there. 100 hours. That sounds about right. 750 for Animal Crossing. The discrepancy is insane. But yeah, 15 hours into Violet. I'm quite enjoying it. And the Pikachu one, I need to go back to that at some point. Oh, sorry. Did you want the... Did you send me an invite? I thought we were already friends, Yoda. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Did you get it, Dragon? Oh, yeah? Tango! Is there a limit for friends on this thing? I have no idea. I just saw a mosquito. I'm so glad. Time will tell, I guess. Did I catch the Grimer? Alrighties. Take care, take care. Oh wait, it shows you at the bottom. Oh, that's cool. Recently caught. Nice. Whoa. There's that's the ghosty Wolfie. There's Noivern. There's Dreepy's second evolve. That's Girafarig. I don't know what the fuck that is though. It's a Jigglypuff. From the top, but also from like a, let's say, 25-degree angle. Yeah? Very specific. Oh yeah, there was green parrots down here. I wonder if they're still there. Or if they've moved on with their lives. $190, damn. Ray has like over, I think he said like 700, 800 hours. In Sword and Shield. I don't know which one. I don't know if it's both of them or in one of them. But yeah, your boy has played that a lot. No university until Sunday. Do you have to study? Do you have tests, Hassan? Corellia! See, the thing that irritates me about people backseating and like telling me what to do and shit, like if I ask, sure, you know. But if I don't ask... Chup still, please. Because, like... It's not like Pokemon is my... this is not my first Pokemon game, okay? I may be dumb. But it's not my first game. Yeah, Hassan. Have you eaten today, Hassan? And also, welcome home. Did you... What the fuck? There is Pokédex rewards. You can collect too. Oh, there is... Pardon? Girly, please. Give me peace. There's a green parrot. Let's go get the green parrot instead. Because, you know... I want them all. I want all the colors of the birds. Tren, I'll have a look at that. I actually didn't know about that one. Ooh. Okay, we're good. Go into the border and press X. Okay, I'll have a look at that. Thank you. You know, if it's something new, if it's something hidden, like, sure, fine. As long as it's not spoilers, you know. But like, I've had some really annoying people today. Trenium. But something like that's really helpful. But yeah, I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have runneth dry. I have no patience now. No, like, Tren, what you're saying, it's something helpful that I didn't know. That it's a new thing in this game. But my issue is with the people who wanna... We call it... I don't know if it's a thing that was said in my city or whatever, but like to chirp. It's like to make silly little comments the whole time. And like, no, don't chirp, please. You know, like those little birds that sit outside and just make noise the whole time? That's literally what they're doing. And I'm like, you're not contributing to the conversation. You're not making the stream a better place to be in. So if you're gonna make comments like that, so like people chirping, that shit gets to me. Go chirp somewhere else. Go be a little birdie somewhere else. Why people testing Tato's patience? Listen, Cupcake, I've banned 2 people today. The patience is gone. The patience is gone. It has run out. Do I need to throw a quick ball at these things? Are they just gonna zip out again? Yeah? You wanna be my friend? I wish you could actually like befriend Pokemon. I wish you could befriend them, like if they wanted to join you. They would just like walk up to you and be friendly. And you could decide. I would never be able to say no, though. Let's try the nuzzle and then a ball. You've been banned again. Yes, Dan. Clearly you deserve it. Sitting there quietly, not bothering nobody. Obviously you deserved it. God damn, control yourself. Wait. Why did we do the language switch here? What happened? Did I miss something? How goes the game? It's good, Hassan. It's good. I made a lot of progress today. I did some battling. We fought some titans. We got a lot of shit done. We got a lot of shit done. And I've been catching lots of Pokemon as well. Oh shit, we got it? Girl, I did not even notice. Is there an end for this game? Technically, yes, Hassan. There's lots of different things that you can you can complete. I just want to check something quick. So Trent said... Oh? Oh wait, hold on. Shiny Pokemon Battle 0. I'm so glad that that's a 0, actually. I might have cried otherwise. No. Evaluate? Is it that? No. I actually need to scroll back for a second and see what Trent said. Oh, here? Oh, there we go! Trent, bless you. Alright, I'm on a running and throwing Pokeball mission currently. No battles, just throws. I did that, like, yesterday as well. I did that over the weekend, actually. So, there is, like, 3 bags of Stardust. Damn. And bowls? Thunderstone! 10 Ultra Balls. I'll take that. I got a lot of stuff because I've collected a lot of Pokemon. Sheesh. Firestones. Damn, thank you so much, Tren. I didn't know about this. There's also, I don't know if you've been back to the school, but you can go and speak to, I think it's your homeroom teacher, whoever your teacher is. I don't know if we have the same one, but you go speak to him and he also gives you stuff for completing your Pokédex. Because it's kind of like the same thing. I swear end of year stuff is always a mess. Yes, definitely, Bubble. Everyone's just doing things last minute. Everyone's doing things last minute and it's a fucking mess. It always is. I know it's the same in China, like, because typically their holidays would be like over several days. And whenever those happen, it's always like, it's either a mad rush to get things done, or once they come back from that holiday, then again, it's a mad rush to get things done. Hey! Yaku! Boy, boy! There's Crab Roller at the back. Oh, sorry. I'm always worried one day I push the mute button and it doesn't actually mute. Because I'm an idiot, you know. Alright, imagine muting. And imagine unmuting when you come back. What an idiot. I've heard about that. Doing classes can get you... Oh shit! Listen, Trinium, the classes are boring and I have the attention span of a piece of wet bread. So like, that shit's not happening. Not happening anytime soon. Tato ripping loud farts? You think I would mute for a fart? I don't know if I can fart loud enough for the mic to pick it up. I'm gonna lose viewers again, Jargon. Don't make me talk about farts. Did you make this avatar by yourself? I did, Hassan. Do you like it? Oh, please. It's definitely my brand. My brand is farts and butt jokes. If people don't know that by now, they're in the wrong place. Someone clip this. Son, what the fuck? Your Pokédex is 118? Oh, shit. Yeah, I've mostly just been running around catching things. That's what I enjoy doing. Oh, look at you guys! Is that Spanish? The most Spanish? Yoda's talking about me banning idiots. Let's see. Oh, a puppet! Ah. I don't know how to fight ghosts. You're gonna head off? Oh, no worries, Tran, no worries. Thank you again so much for the raid. Thank you for the luck. Yeah, I'm getting all the luck now that Tran has blessed me. Can this actually hit this thing? Ooh! Okay, we're good. I might not understand Spanish, but I think I would understand it enough to see if you guys being naughty. Besides, since Yoda's speaking it, I have a mod that understands, so like it's not an issue. Are you guys just Google translating? Pure content? Hassan, what have you done? Hassan, please. What have you done? Oh no. Hey, we got puppet. Let's see. I almost turned on Skycam. I don't even know where Skycam is anymore. Where's my... Oh, here. Tato-chan. Just a wholesome clip. You have class in a minute? Oh my goodness. I thought you were done. Oh wait, it's needed. Damn it. Please. Oh please. It's definitely my brand. My brand is farts. Jokes. If people don't know that by now, they're in the wrong place. It's true. It's true. It is true. And it was also very well clipped as well, Hassan. I like that one. I'm gonna keep that one. I'm gonna stick it in my back pocket. You hate school? I mean, uni is technically school, so... Same, but different, you know? No. No. Oh, Ray made coffee and it's so good. Mmm. Shapups. I got a shapups. A shapoops. That's what the little birdies need to do. They need to shut up before they get banned. Shut up or get out. Pick one. You gotta go. If you're not gonna shut up, you gotta go. Them's the rules. I definitely made them. I made the rules. Do you know why? Because it's my stream. My stream, my rules. You're not gonna shut up? Goodbye. Goodbye. You can go be not shut up somewhere else. There's the mousies. The mouse family. Ray hates these things. But I think it's like a love-hate thing. Because he thinks they're so silly. But they're also really cute. I don't think you could hate little mousies. What's these? A Rookie D's? Nuts? Oh, the Rookie D's is everywhere, man. Alright, let's go. Oh, they have a big boy. Is that Lux Ray? I think that is. Okay, focus, 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 focus. You want to go to the battle court? Hmm. Anyway. What was I complaining about before? Must have been something. Oh, Jargon, I wanted to ask, have you been using Squid Ink cookie? Sorry, I should have specified. Oh, I don't know those words. Whoops. Oops. Whoops. Okay, hold on. I actually wanted to... IRL to make black cakes. Wait, what? You bake, Jargon? Can only buy one at a time. They're in your appliance? In your appliance? Which appliance are they in? You've baked? Yeah. What kind of baking do you do? Your oven. Did you say appliance on purpose? Or did it just kind of work out? Mau Mau! Mau Mau Mau! Mau 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 Mau! When are you playing Cookie Run with us? Yeah, you meant Alliance. I thought so. I just thought the appliance one worked really well, and I was like, was that on purpose? Oh yeah, thank you for the head pats, Yaku. Today's been a bit of a day. I definitely needed that. Also, my power's going off at 4 o'clock, which is when I was going to end anyway. Because normally I would go start cooking dinner at 4, yeah? But I can't now because the power's going out. I hate it here. You forget to log into Cookie. Do you need daily reminders, Yoda? Because I will gladly spam you every day to ask if you've played Cookie Run. You have no time. You struggle with playing anything except dailies and Genshin. No, that's fine. That's fine, Mal. I was just asking. Just in cases. But yes, it is a little bit of a... It is a little bit of a time sink. You can spend some time. You're in class with muting the teacher. Oh my goodness, Hassan. Please pay attention to your classes. You know, who was it? I think Mao made a clip. It was really sweet. I was, oh, I think I was drunk when I said it. I still meant every word though. But basically I was saying, you gotta focus on your studies because we're super proud of you. And we can't wait to see you become an amazing doctor, Hassan. It is fun to hear you guys talking about it though. Yeah, Mao. Ugh, it's such a fun game. Everyone here's got a fucking Luxray. Oh yeah, this is the streamer. This is the streamer trainer, right? Is that Quaxley? Ah, it's Briggy! It's Brigatui! And Fuecoco! Yeah, those are the starters. That's cute as hell, man. They all got different brands. No, I love this. You're gonna time her son out. These ads are really cool, actually. Hey, that's the gym leader we're gonna go battle now. I need to finish my cookie run dailies, but I'll do that later. You know, when the power goes out. I'll have an hour to play before reset. Give me free stuff. Oh. Nyum. Oh yeah, we can go in the water now as well. Oops. Electric terrain. Oh. That's a pretty cool one, actually. Huh. I wonder if there's anything across the water here. Just go have a look. A squiz. Doesn't look like it. Oh, I lied. Can I get out of here? What if I jump on the boat? 7-hour difference is bullshit. I really hope they do the thing next year. Deletes daylight savings. Yeah. Whoops, oops, oops, oops. Yeah, it is bullshit. But on the plus side, at least it's only 2 streams a week where it's in the morning. I don't, at the moment, have plans to change that at all. So I don't know if that's much consolation. Worst case, and I say worst case in inverted commas here, not that you guys can see that, but in worst case, I might do like a stream on the weekend. What is that? Oh, it's a Rotom. It just looked like it was bouncing behind him. I mean, it technically was, I guess. Was there something else down there that I didn't pick up? I thought I got everything, but now I don't remember. Guardrails? For whom? As a teacher, you're making me sad, but as a university student, I've done the same thing too. Listen, I can't tell you, I was a very bad student in university. I used to sleep through so many of my classes. I feel bad, but at the same time, I can't go back and change it, so sorry to my lecturers. I did finish though, if that's something, you know. I may not have enjoyed my time, but I got the piece of paper that said I spent 3 years of my life supposedly absorbing information. Electric Terror Shard? What? I'm just trying to pick up everything. Is this the other side? What is this? Fancy a bite? You got churros? Oh my god. Wait. This looks amazing. There's just a plain churro, there's a chocolate one, and then there's a cinnamon one. Oh my god. Guys, what are we buying? What I'll buy you guys a churro. What do you want? Do you want the plain one, the chocolate one, or the cinnamon one? Does anybody want? It's more just because of everything. I still won't be awake for morning streams. Fair. And there's me with no tertiary education. That's fine, Mal. That doesn't matter. Okay. Mal wants one of each. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's start. So Jargon went to the cinnamon one. I don't know what I'm gonna do with these, but I'm gonna buy them anyway. Jargon went to the cinnamon one. We got... Wait! Oh, I thought you got to keep it in your inventory. Fuck. She's gonna eat it immediately? Uh-oh. What have I done? Oh, okay. She liked that. Okay, guys. I've changed of plans. I'm not gonna be buying you all one. Because apparently that's what happens when you buy food. I thought you would just keep it in your bag. I'm sorry. You all have to have... You have to share the cinnamon one with me now. Unless you're allergic to cinnamon, in which case don't eat it, please. Did you know that, Yoda? Because I didn't. That was the first time I bought food. Is he? Oh, he's carrying a coffee? Boy, that coffee's the size of your head. Why are you drinking that? It's the size of your torso, even. Bro, that kid's gonna be bouncing off the walls. We're all just sharing the flavor, yeah. You didn't want to backseat? No, it's okay. I think it's funny. I wanted to buy everyone a churro, but the game said no. The game was like, you're going to eat this immediately. So really, it's me who got the cinnamon there, not Jargon, but it's okay. Sorry, guys. I would have happily shared my churros, but apparently it's not, you're not allowed to. But banhammer is fun, yeah. Listen, I don't like banning people. I pride myself on my patience. And I'm just like, you know what? Give the person a chance. Don't ban them the instant they irritate you. Just give them a chance. But when they start making it like an unpleasant experience for me, I'm gonna sit here with a bitter taste in my mouth the whole time now. No, thank you. Sorry. It is fun. I'd been itching for both of those, yeah. Did you ban the one off the Discord before I had a chance to do it? Because their name turned white as I was doing it, and I was like, whoa, what happened? Did they leave, or did you ban them before I had a chance? They maybe left. Oh, okay. Or alternatively, it's because I banned them, so their name just went blank. Right, I was supposed to be doing the battle, the gym battle, right? I got well distracted. But yes, I think we're doing this battle. Alright, so to counter electric, I think I only really have Squishy. I don't know if Squishy's strong enough. Hey, little boy. Do we have anything for you? Would it be here? Oh shit, Waterstone, Thunderstone, and Firestone. I have them all. No worries. Or when you give them warnings and they don't listen. Yeah, like, I'm not a fucking preschool teacher. I'm not here to give you 10 warnings. Like, is that a mean thing to say? Because I feel like preschool teachers, like, chase after kids. And, like, you have to keep reminding them, I said keep quiet, or I said sit still, or, you know. I think if we do use ya boy, I think we need to make him a little bit beefier. But I think he'll be pretty good. I don't know about Sprigatito, because... Oh, just a sec. Ray brought me a snack. Where my Pokemon? You didn't answer my Discord, Noah. Motherfucker. You didn't know what Terra Shards do? Oh, shit. Nice. I just picked up one now. I didn't read what it said. You're a teacher. You obviously are dealing with children, apparently. I do have... Noah, you came at a bad time, because I had... You haven't opened Discord in weeks? Oh my goodness. Anyway. It was this one, right? Because you said it started with a T and it was pink and it was new. So I hope this is the right one. Yeah? Your Pokemon has been relegated to dustbin computer. Yeah, so I just put Squishy in, which is my what is this called? Clodmire? I don't know. But yes, so Noah got switcheroo because I already have Azzy, who's got Fairy, and then I've got Corvisquire, who's got Steel. So I was like, but I needed ground. I needed ground. And poison, I guess. Yeah, Clodsire, thank you. So Ray said, I was just gonna go fight things, but Ray's like, wait, you have those XP things. Why don't you use those? So let's try the extra small. How much does it give him? Okay, not a lot. Not a lot. Okay. So let's use... No! This one. Whoa! Okay, actually, let's, we'll just use all of this. No, fuck! God, why am I like this? Yoda! Bless you, Yoda. Evolve Tink. I guess even better. Okay. I definitely want to. She was in my team for a while. Poison Jab. Oh, let's have a look. It's fine. It's kind of on brand, Yoda. Whoa. I might over Poison Tail. We can always change it later. No worries. Pink Thor's haha. Yeah. Tango was not a fan. Tango was not a fan of Tinkertink. How do I delete my own message? Do you want me to delete it, Yoda? I can. I don't know how much this will give. 3 should be fine. Whoa! Okay, not bad, not bad. Maybe 3 more? Let's not give us the wrong Pokemon. Okay. Yeah. 27's kind of on par for the rest of the team. It's just random. Yeah, no, it's worry. Can't fix bad taste. Tango, we can't fix your bad taste. Sorry. Sorry to say. Z move acid downpour. Okay. My squishy. Wait, where is this girly? Oh shit, she's on the other side. Okay, let's go. This way. Wow, so big. That's what she said. Hey, yo. Oh my god. What a fucking way to arrive at your destination. Food leg day. Fook leg day. You... Ow! Cramps. Iono? What's Iono? Oh, the boss I'm going for now? No! I don't know. I know what you're talking about. You don't like it because of how it looks? Because it's bright pink. The whole thing is just bright pink. Pre-gym warm-up battle? Oh, girly, please. Give me peace. Never do leg day and then go watch a movie. Uh-oh. Oh, is that why your legs are all... Shame on you. You better feel bad, Tango. Oh, that was a... So you're just learning all the things to not do, Cupcake. So thank you for sharing your wisdoms with us. Bruxish is bad and ugly. It's bugly. How much of my crunching can you guys hear? I just realized now. Like, even closed mouth chewing, it's fucking loud. And I'm just like, whoops. A very good psychic type? Yeah, listen, there's better ones you could go for. I can hear exactly what teeth you're using. No! No! I can't believe you've done this. You had to focus? Oh, Hassan. What are we doing? Not rock rough. Come on, man. Ray. Ray is my boyfriend. And Noah is a friend of ours from Guild Wars 2. Oh shit!
Tinker Tink has 1 million fans, then I am one of them. If Tinker Tink has 10 fans, then I am one of them. If Tinker Tink has only 1 fan, then that is me. If Tinker Tink has no fans, then that means I am no longer on Earth. If the world is against Tinker Tink, then I am against the world.
Anyway, so Ray is my boyfriend. Noah is our friend from Guild Wars 2. We used to raid with him. So yeah, I thought that was pretty cute. Setting up, poor me. Let's see how this works. Join the Tinker Tink fan club. I do want to level it. Tango, just say you have bad taste, sir. Just say you have bad taste. It's okay.
Ray screamed, if Clodsire has 1,000,000 fans, then I am one of them. If Clodsire has 10 fans, then I am one of them. If Clodsire has only 1 fan, then that is me. If Clodsire has no fans, then that means I am no longer on Earth. If the world is against Clodsire, then I am against the world.
Yeah, Ray loves Clodsire. Quaxwell? I'm gonna switch it out to his friend. Catnip. Sprigatito. Sprigatooey. Beats a Tinkerton quick fast. Oh my goodness. Is he a ballerina?
Duck's Content screamed, if Ray has 1,000,000 fans, then I am one of them. If Ray has 10 fans, then I am one of them. If Ray has only 1 fan, then that is me. If Ray has no fans, then that means I am no longer on Earth. If
Wait, what did I do? Oh no, it's her doing it. Never mind, we're good. Uh-oh. Goodbye. Let me compose myself. Tango. Meanwhile, my one's gonna look like a Persona character. Someone said that earlier, and I was like, actually. No, Mona, just say you got your ass handed to you and move along. Thank you. Have you tried opening your eyes? Final Evo tier list? Listen. Yeah? Fur Coco over Pikachu. Who's Pikachu? Nah, man, it's definitely Quaxley second place. Fur Coco is kind of like air. I don't know how far you are, or if you know what the final evolution looks like, Yoda, so I'm not gonna say anything. Whoop! It's time for you to whoop! Is that how you spell whoop? Have I been spelling it wrong my whole life? Whoop that gym test. Oh my god, my heart, my soul. Oh. Can I take a picture? I just want to pet the baby. Hello, sleepy baby. Lack-a-doo-doos. Oh, these guys. Stop scratching your butt, dude. In public. Go scratch your butt in private. No one wants to see that. Be careful that jolted. You tell me after I petted it? Oh no. Whoop. Whoop your ass. Ah. You've seen them all. You hated them all. Ditched your sod after it evolved. Ah, okay. So I was saying that Sprigatito's final evolution is like a Persona character. You don't like the animation? Because he's a ballerina?
Whoop whoopity whooped. Whooped whoopity whooped. Whoop whoop hoop scoop.
No, it's poop. Scoop-de poop. It's scoop-de poop. You gotta scoop-de poop, Cupcake. blonde mustachio once more. I don't know who I'm fighting next, but starring in her stream. Hello? Co-stream?
Scoop the poop. Back to talking about Ladoodoo.
You know it. Oh shit! This is so cool, actually. It's very modern, you know. It's very modern of Game Freak. These load screens, though, they're so long. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the INO Zone. Oh shit. Tango needs a raffle. My raffle's broken. Hey, hey, hey! I'm blocking her. Chotto mate. Chotto mate. Close stream. Close stream. I don't know. Your eyeballs are mine, caught in my electro web. So what's it? I don't know. I'm the gym leader here. Hello, hello, hola, ciao, and bonjour. Why does my character just look confused? Oh snap! Look at you, already a master of the Ionies. Not your first rodeo then, eh? Hola, hola Dan. And I hope this doesn't come as too much as a surprise, but you're being broadcast live to the world right now. Smile! It should be turned on, Joggin. I don't know why it doesn't work. Anyway, anywho, Challenger, thanks for coming out to the Levincia gym to see me. She's so cute. Look at that big smile. I'm super happy you're here, but I'm also a bit of a celeb, you know? I'm all kinds of busy. So I can't collab with you unless I know you can bring in those sweet, sweet viewer I mean, I gotta make sure you can bring some real passion to my stream. And so, if you want to battle me, you're gonna have to help me make this live stream a viral hit. First, got it. Oh shit, you got 1 million now, Jargon? God damn. I can tell you just can't wait to get started. Well then, allow me to explain the plan. Come on out, Mr. Walksabout. I fucking love her pom-poms. Do I need to cosplay this character? Fuck. Her wig looks like a nightmare though. What a coincidence meeting you here. Say what? Do you guys know each other or something? This here dude had a real aura about him when he was walking down the street, so I snatched him. I snatched him up for my dealio here. You are too kind. Ha ha ha. He looks so uncomfortable, holy fuck. Banning INO for self-promo. Well, anywho, Morgan, since you're today's challenger, I'ma have you play hide and seek with Mr. Walksabout here. Look for the good gentleman using the street surveillance cameras. Find him 3 times and you can consider this gym test passed. We need a better name for this challenge though. I'll call it Where in Levincia is Mr. Walksabout? That's not much better, sweetheart, but okay. No gamba, only sleuts. Oh my god, they come off of her head. You think that title's safe? There's nothing iffy about it or anything, right? Whatevs. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to go. Get ready to hide, Mr. Walksabout. Sleuths? You gotta be a sleuth, Dan. No gamba, only sleuth. I feel that I owe the Pokemon League for many a past favor, so I'm more than happy to help. Clive. Oh my god, Dan. Rest in peepers. Do bear with me as I try my best in my allocated role. Yes, this man booked it. Do you guys see that? I didn't think he could move that fast. Holy shit. Mayhap our dapper gentleman is ready. Hey, Mr. Walksabout, you good to go? Yes, I am. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Ready he be. Mr. Walksabout is hiding somewhere in this video feed, friendo. Who's your friendo? Open those eyes wide like a magnemite and get to searching. Okay, well, I already saw him, so what do I do? Here our challenger comes! Oh dear, it seems you found me. What an idiot. Clavel is a Tinker-Tink stan, is he? A challenger has found Mr. Walksabout. Wowza, you did it. You're one cool kid. Well then, before we move on to the next round, let's make things a little more interesting. You get to have a battle with one of my fans. Get out here, you silly Pokemaniac. Oh no. What is his hair, though? Luxio. Uh-oh. Pomo! I wonder. Yeah, this guy's just got the one Pokemon. We'll just... punch. And again. Oh, only twice? That's okay. Pomo's pretty okay against electric types. And he do big slapper. Why are you only hitting twice? Let's go! One more, one more, one more. One more! Wait! Got it. Such a good baby. Oh! My boy just hit... Catnip just hit 30. It's almost Christmas, is it? Tango, that's too soon. November's not even over. And you win! Well done, Challenger Friendo. Time for a change of scenery. And your birthday? When's your birthday? Here we go! The next stage for my totally rad test. Everybody loves it. It's the Pokemon Center. I've already found him. Mr. Walksabout is once again hiding in the feet somewheres. Panic! Ah! Find him quick! The 12th? I will try to remember that. Less fun. 2 weeks in November is over. Yeah, then you're allowed to talk about Christmas. But Tango, how much does it suck to be born so close to Christmas and all the decorations are Christmas already? Like, fuck. 2 weeks? A week, basically. A week and a bit. Cupcake, do you need help with math?
Don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you.
You even said it's easy to remember like 2 days ago. I don't remember talking about your birthday before, Tango. Maybe that was someone else. I could be wrong though. But I don't remember talking to you about your birthday before. You fully believe, Tango? I mean, you're entitled to, aren't you? I knew you were something special. Listen, if no one could find these things, I don't know, you wouldn't be a gym leader because no one would battle you. It's another Pokemon battle. Get another one of these guys. 8 days, so close enough to 2 weeks. Nice. Good job, Cupcake. Math and remembering. The pair of us are pretty useless. It's okay, though. Oh! A little fishy. We talked about parents rubbing friends in February. Yeah, but did you actually say the date? Because I was talking about babies born in November. This is lazy content using gym challenges for views. I don't know, lazy streamer. Despite the fact that that's literally what I'm doing today. Oh, this guy's got 2 Pokemon. Oh, you did tell me. Okay. My apologies, Tango. No, Jargon, he did tell us the date. He did. Sorry. I went and looked because I was curious. Fluffy. We'll keep this bad boy. I went and looked at the thing because I was curious. I was like, no ways, I forgot already. Also, not Yoda calling me out for lazy content. How dare. Cotton Spore, what's that? Jargon, you chose the wrong time to switch sides. Get him! Get him! He needs a name, by the way. My Pomo needs a name. Do I name him Pika Who? This is like Pikachu's cooler cousin from the city. Standing by your decision. No, not takedown! You asshole. Didn't even give me the pleasure of letting me knock it out. Charlene! Do you know many boy Charlenes? I had a friend named Charlene when I was younger. She was a bit of a bitch. Pika is the coolest. Debatable. Have you met Pommy? And you win! Well done, challenger friendo. There's no stopping you, master of seeking and master of battling. You're the real deal. Alrighty then. Time for a change of scenery. Unfollowing. Unfollow, unsub. Ban, block, delete. Yep. The last stage will be this place right here, the battle court, where battles are a-raging. Can you find out Mr. Walks about among these randos? Let's find out. Ready, go. He's behind me. Oh my god. Pikachu's overrated. Starting wars here. My subscriber number's on the rise, like super fast Electros crawling out of the ocean. I mean, congratulations on passing my gym test, this girlie. Hot diggity dang! What a good time, huh? You had people on the edge of their seats worldwide. I bet I could have some super rad streams by collabing with you, Morgan. So, hey, when you're ready, just hit up my lobby staff. They'll get you all set up to collab with me. Lickety split. I'll be ready to go whenevs. She gonna end her stream just to battle me? Cool, cool, cool. No doubt, no doubt. Let me just go do quick healy things. if Pika... I didn't say Pika's not cool. But also, this is just what I was using for my Let's Go playthrough. And I didn't have another Pokemon. So, maybe I'll replace it with Poor Me next time. Also, we're gonna ruffle stomp this gym, hopefully. So I'm just gonna... Bam, 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 bam. There we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Did you claim the flying type Pikachu? I did. Thank you. Thank you, Tango. I did get it. Ray made me do it. He watched me do it. He was like, did you get the Pikachu yet? It's like, no. And he showed me how to get it. I love that little, like, when you do the dash. The way it moves so fast. Yeah, thank you, Tango. It's good to remind people. She couldn't reach it. Yeah, Ray needed to help me catch the Pikachu with the balloons. The supercharged streamer. These loading screens are long though. Like, goddamn. Ion. Oh, it's like Ion. Everything about her is electric. Oh my god, her teeth. She got little sharky teeth. Guys, do I cosplay her? Is she cute enough? Her outfit's a little bit strange though. Your eyeballs are mine, caught in my electro web. Who saw what's it? I don't know. Hello, hola, ciao, bonjour. You can repurpose your Yao Yao. No, absolutely not. Yao Yao balls is staying Yao Yao balls. Also, I'd have to make her wig from Scritchity Scratch. Today's challenge is flying high like a Wattrel. It's Morgan. Yay! Her sharp, sharky teeth are so cute, though. How are you feeling about this battle? Ready to do my best. Boom! We got a straight talker here, hey? No nonsense. I like it. Alrighty then. Who's ready to see me kick some butt? I'm gonna kick your butt. She's got such like an awkward little grin. It's very cute though. Let's get this show on the road. Funny joke. How strong is our challenger? I don't know. Let's find out together. Bam, 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 bam. Oh no! Oi, oi, oi. I'm not sure. I guess I'll have to poison jab it. Pluck! How rude. Oh! Holy shit. Actually, I can throw out toxic spikes as well. For the next Pokemon that comes out. That's how that works, right? Ow! Rude. Belly bolt. I don't know what a belly bolt is, but we'll keep the boy for now. What is that? Welcome to Poison. Oh! Oh, I like that. What is that emoji? Oh. Hehehe. I'll save my terraform for when she brings out her last boy. Noise. Oh, the frog's face. Wait, who was this? I didn't look. Oh, Cobra Squire. What did this do? Ah, nah. Lexio. Are the poison spikes still out? Yeah. Cool. Oh no! Squishy! What are you crunching? Sorry, it's my fizz pop. My teeth, probably. Cupcake. Breaking my teeth. Owie. Used to steal them at work. I have a cherry one. Oh, no, 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 no. What did it say she was bringing out? Fuck. Shit. Stealing is illegal? Yeah. Miss Magius. Uh-oh. Oh, this is her last one, though? It's gonna transform, right? But who goes first? Iron power, go! Well, there we go. But it's a floaty. Am I gonna be able to hit it? I don't know how this works. They paid you in peanuts, you earned the fucking fizz pops. To be fair, fizz pops aren't expensive. You wouldn't even get a slap on the wrist for this. You'd probably just get a dirty look. Boy! Let's fucking go. Na 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 na. I love this song. Ow. Na 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 na. Na na na. Wait, did I mudshot it? Did it not work? Because I see he's not poisoned either. Ah! Poison, poison, poison. Oh, it missed. And it hit Iono instead. No, man. Did it actually miss, though? Oh, it does have a chance to miss. It's so low, though. What the fuck? No! Stop it! Yamete kuda stop. Oh, it's because it's levitate. Fuck. Okay. So that kind of undoes what I wanted to do. Hmm. Na 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 na. Oh! Why is she making noises? Give me a fright. Yeah. I might actually swoop. Because the levitate is causing issues. Does fighting beat flying? Because now I can't remember. Or does flying... Is it flying though, Miss Magius? Fuck. Mm-mm-mm. Na 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 na. It's definitely a ghost Pokemon. It is just ghost. Okay. Na 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 na. Do you know what? Maybe we can... Maybe this is risky, but I'm gonna give it a try. Her shiny looks like pee. Because it's yellow. Does have levitate. Ah, I see, I see. Oh! Owie. It's an ugly yellow color, yeah. Is it... Uh-oh! Uh-oh. This is a bad time to be alive. No! Sorry, buddy. Oh, yeah, yeah. Anything except flying and electric. I wanted to hit it with dark because it's... But maybe this was a bad idea. Oh, her shiny? Wait. Oh, wait, Miss Magius's shiny is yellow. Yeah, that was a dumb move on my half. I don't know why I did that. We're gonna go with... No, it's fine. It's fine, because I asked. If I ask, it's not backseating. That's just you answering a question, right? No! What the fuck, man? Come on, catnip. The levitate makes it annoying because I was hoping to just ruffle stomp it with that other ability. Clodsire. Catnip Everdeen. He is big carry, at least. Poor Clod. You're as flashy and bright as a 10 million volt thunderbolt, friendo. Nice. Yeah, my poor Clod, he didn't stand a chance. Poor baby. Hey yo! Our challenger came out victorious! Girl. She got giant screws on her feet. That must be so annoying to walk with. What does our challenger get for beating me? The lean, mean, streaming queen? I'll tell you, Morgan. You win a gym badge! Woohoo! Screen cap this quick! This will be a shot you'll want to save in your brain spaces forever. Like that? She says friendo. Yep, streamer. Yep. Hey, friendo. That's what I'm saying. They did their homework. By the byzies, with 3 gym badges, Pokepals of up to level 35 will be easier to catch. They'll listen to you when you ask them to do stuff too. You're an Ino stan? Yeah, same. And as my thanks for such a sweet pick, I'ma give you a TM. Volt switch. Nice. Ah, oh, that's quite cool actually. TM. If any of you found our electrifying battle to be bzz, shocking. Go smash that subscribe button. Subscribe, follow, like, etc. Your eyeballs are mine, caught in my electro web. Whoso what's it? I don't know. The supercharged streamer. Catch y'all later. Share, comment, like, subscribe. Hey! Thank you, Jargon, for the gift subbies. Who did that go to? Lich, Fuzzy, Lisa, Wake Up Fairy, and Scully. Thank you, Dragon, for the subbies. Pardon me? Hello? Bitrate 3. You just defeated the gym leader, yes? And this lady with her road hair. She's literally got like, you know those painted lines? Yeah. And your name is Morgan, if I can recall correctly. Tell me, do you seek to become a champion? No. I'm gonna say yes, obviously. You love her? Then help her. Just what I hope to hear. You have a rare talent, especially for your age. Aim higher, or aim high. Greater heights are within your reach. Okay. I've gotten ahead of myself. I love her shoes. Holy shit. She actually looks like a friend of mine. I am Geeta, chairwoman of the Pokemon League, the organization that runs these gyms. Oh, shit! She doesn't need help. She's in a mega level slay. Her hair, though. I can't take her hair seriously. As you seem to be collecting gym badges, I suspect we'll meet down the line. Until then, good day to you. I say good day, sir. Geeta the fuck out of here. It's your aunt's name? Ah. You need to tell your aunt that she's in a video game. She has Ninetales hair. No, but guys, her hair had like, you know, like those streets, like the road markings, like the painted lines. That's literally what she had on her hair. Goofy ass hairstyle. Just don't tell your aunt I said that the character has goofy ass hair, Yoda. I like doing that too much. What's a video game? Okay, never mind. Maybe not. She is beautiful. I need to maybe show it to that friend of mine and see if they would like to cosplay her. Why was I even reading that? I don't... Why? Thank you for the head pats, Jargon. What? What? The audacity. Still no Ultra Balls. Gotta keep it even. Sure, that's how this works, yeah. I just saw now. The ice cream on the left there's got an ice cube. Hey! Yaku! I think our audacity count is a little bit messed up because I know I definitely said it this morning. When you weren't here. I'm looking at the ads. That's literally what's going on here. Man, stop changing the ads. There's a Quillfish ad for tires. I keep missing the Dedenne fucking advert. There it is. What is it for? A laptop? That's cute as hell, man. Noah, what the heck? Why is everyone throwing shit in my face? What did I do? What is this? What is this bully? Okay, so now... Guys, why did that take me so long? For realsies, not for play. The next thing on the agenda is going back to where we were before. But first, I just want to see if the parrot colors have changed. No. There's blue boys. Imagine the shiny of that. Looks very similar. Roundabout Queen. That's me. Want a break from the ads? Get Rotom Phone Premium? I just crashed into a poor kitty now. Release me, Ricky D. You couldn't get away? Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. This little Ricky D wants to fight. Okay, we're good. Also, no, did you get any shinies yet? Because everyone keeps flexing their shinies. And Ray had the fucking cheek to catch a shiny in front of me. When I've played well more hours than he has. Still no shiny for me. 77 hours and no shiny? Skill issue. Skill issue, Noah. Get good, man. There's no Pokemon in here. Is anything here? Why does that look like a fake wall? It just doesn't match with the rest of the walls. Wait, please don't cry. Please don't cry. Why are you crying? You've battled a shiny? Oh no! Don't ever go look at. Oh my god! Please never look at that again. Don't joke. I have a green one, right? How would you even tell which of these is shiny? Oh, Jesus, they're aggressive as hell. What the hell, man? Look at these little shits. How would you tell if it's shiny? Because there's so many different colors. So many Burbies. These ain't boobies though. These are actual Burbies. Shiny has blonde hair. Oh really? Oh no! Please tell me you're joking. Are you being for real? Because that's cute as hell. No ways. I want that to be what the shiny looks like. I won't accept anything else. Like, well and truly, I will not accept anything else. You think it... Oh my god, not... Pink? Like, as in the bird is pink or the hair is pink? Oh my god. Amazing, stunning, beautiful. Love to see it. Is there nothing in here? No. Whoa. Them's birdies, a dolphin. Makahita slowly diving. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's a cloister. There's got one of those boys already. Let's see if there's anything else in the water. That's a fishy. That's a chootle. The sun is harshing my mellow over here. Psyduck flailing. The hair, oh my god, that's stunning. I love it. There's a bunch of angry fish that wanna... Oh shit! What did I run into? Oh, a little asshole under the water. The hair, beak, and claws turn pink, but the body stays the same. Okay, that's kind of cool, though. Oh my god. I'll just spend the rest of the time just running around looking for stuff. Because I need to go at 4, because the power goes off at 4. Unfortunately... The slowpokes. So cute, man. Is this a new one? It is. Oh shit. There's no way to search boxes for shiny Pokemon. Please don't tell me I killed one. Oh. So I know I haven't encountered one. But I'll open my profile now. Also, Yoda, that emote. I thought it was some other Pokemon covering Squirtle's mouth to be like shh. Hi Kai. Where was it? Like here? Whoops. Thank you for the shouty outy Joggin. Where was it again? No. There we go. How's mobile data? I guess for streaming you'd know if you missed, because people wouldn't hesitate to point it out, yeah. Wait, what's happening, Kai? No, I hate that. I don't want to be told that I missed a shiny. Just let me live in ignorance, thank you. I don't want to fucking know. I missed something? Cool. Then it's gone, you know? I can't stand Chootles. Ray calls them chew toys. Also, Yoda, Nabibble's also playing this, right? We must play on Discord sometime. Do like the dens together. Go run around. Can take turns opening dens. Well, does anyone know what the point of these coins are? I've just been collecting all of them. Toxic spikes. Oh shit. Let's commit Chootle genocide together. Yes. You were playing over the weekend? Oh, nice. Yeah, because Ray asked me. He's like, why don't you play on... Is that... Oh no. Ciotte mate. Is that their color? Does it just look saturated as hell there? It has male and female forms. Oh, really? I was like, nah, bro, that looks different. Oh. Okay. Why do all of my things hit so hard? You're free most of this week? Alright, perfect. I'll try and make a plan. Oh, jeez. Ah! The audacity. The shiny is like candy floss pink. Because I saw the shiny for the baby form, for Lechonk. And Lechonk shiny is like puke green, you know, classic Nintendo. Yo, that was rough. It's pink? Oh, I saw somewhere that it was like puke green. Bad diarrhea green. Maybe what I saw was a fake picture then? Hi, Llama Llama! How are you doing? It's not Wednesday. What? Why would it be Wednesday, Llama? I'm confused. Oh. No, it was just a picture that I saw. So in my attempt to avoid all, like, Oh? In an attempt to... Oh, Jesus. Avoid spoilers. Like, I wasn't looking too closely at anything. Oh, I need to sneeze. Okay, we're good. Wednesday being the only day we're not allowed to question your use of the phrase the audacity. I mean, you're welcome to question it today. I will keep an eye on it, but okay, so I have the male and the female now. That's cool. I want a living Pokédex, and then I also want all the different forms as well. So like there's the new birdies we were catching. Oh, there's the two basculins as well. And this is in the wrong box. Is it? No, it's not. This is in the wrong box though. Where's the birdies? I need to go and sort my boxes at some point. So there's the other piggy. But then the male piggy got a brighter pink. Where's the other parrots though? My eyes no worky. Hair? Oh, there they are. Why are they in box 8? Why have I done this? This is supposed to be my special Pokemon box. God damn it, why am I like this? Anyway. Danathy! I love those boys over there. They're beautiful. But they're very amgery. So we're going to stay very far away from them. Look at them running there in the distance. 3 frames a second. Maybe that's a bit generous. I want to go see what that shiny boy over there is. I like how there's some shinies where you're like, yeah, I couldn't miss it. Oh my god, I want it so bad. How badly is this thing gonna kick my ass? God damn it. Hi, Pez! Hello, hello! How are you doing? Whoa, Electro? Load shedding in 10 minutes. I also have load shedding in 10 minutes. It's level 32. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm banning fools today, Pez. Oh my god, no damage. Uh-oh. That's spicy, yeah? Uh-oh. Bye, llama. We all have load shedding at 4. Okay, well, you know, for all my peepos who have load shedding at 4, take care of yourselves. I'm gonna be going soon as well. Oh, Jesus. That gave me a fright. He's sleeping? What an asshole. Why are all these Pokemon healing themselves? What the fuck? The audacity. Do you know what I'm gonna do? You also have load shedding at 4. No ways. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping, sir? Go back to sleep. No, no, no! Why did it let me do that? What the fuck? Why would it let me use... I'm so confused. Why would it let me use a revive on a Pokemon that doesn't need it? What? Unbelievable, actually. I was so confused. Good luck shitting your loads or whatever, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Noah. That's actually fucking hilarious. That it did that. Oh my god. Oh wait, not... I don't need a hyper potion. Super potion's enough. Your Pomo hits like a wet noodle? No, it's because of who it's fighting. That's a Tonki level, what, 32? Scary face? Bro, that's rude. It's fine, we switch out now. It's Squishy's time. Okay, I'm gonna finish this battle. I'm gonna finish this battle. And then we will... Then we will finish upstream. Ow! You fuck! You asshole! Actual asshole. Okay, I'm gonna actually use a hyper potion here because I don't want this bad boy to die. I need him. Any Tinker haters in chat tonight? Oh god. Oh Jesus! Can they stop running up like that? I want this Taurus so bad. He got big shiny love bulb head. Yes! Get him. It used... Oh my god. Stop healing! Why do all of these ones have fucking... Full heal! You asshole! Get him. You once had a whole ass NPC walk right through your battle. He was like, I see you guys, but I also don't care. Thank you. He just walks straight through your battle. Uh-oh. The actual cheek. Look at this bastard. He's just been asleep this whole fucking time. Full heal? Unbelievable. I'm gonna go cry now. Be right back, guys. Hi, Bull Badger! How are you? Fucking stinky ass bull. Oh! Poison him! Poison him! Why you not poison him? I just need to get him into the raid. I think that breaks the crystal thing. Yeah, I'm doing okay. A little bit salty, but it's okay. Did it not? Is it not low enough? Oh, thank the fucking Pope. I want this bad boy. Because he's fighting Electro, just like Pommy. I want him in the Ultra Ball. Hey, Dread. Yes, boy, stay in there. Got him. Yes, he's Electro. Brawl Badger. Yeah, this is the Paldean. Glad it. Yeah, it came on at like 2 AM. I was awake when it came on.
You woo GG's Tato.
You woo GG's Tato. This isn't Genshin, ma'am. Same shit, different day. Listen, Noir. I'm stuck in hell now. Because these bastards. Release me. Who's Electro? The Taurus that I caught has got electric. You, piss off. They're all just sitting here waiting to take their turn. Assholes. Dan, remember you spent all your money? Or should I say you gambled it? You can't even be mean to me now. So it is from Inazuma, yeah. It's Ito's cousin. Oof. I'm just trying to get away from these guys, hey? They're being too spicy. Oh, Jesus Lord!
Get good, Dan.
Hey! You heard from Hassan himself. Alright, this is not a bad place to save and exceed, yeah, before the power goes out. Alrighties. The power of the many. The money. Thank you for the head pats and the throwings at the same time there. Speaking of Ito, shall we go to Ito? Shall we go say hi? Hi, hi. Yeah, I'm gonna set up the raid so long. Alright. Ta-dang! Alright, so we're going over to another streamer, cosplayer. Genshin streamer, actually, is currently playing Pokemon Violet. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy. Make sure to grab the raid message as well on the way out. We're gonna go give love to Vic. Like I said, he's also playing Pokemans now. And thank you all for chilling with me today. Please do take care of yourselves. I will be live again tomorrow. Tato ended when I joined? No. You were here the whole time, Hassan. It's okay. But I'll see you tomorrow, yeah? Alright. Yeah. Jogger knows that feeling. Thank you all so much. Take care, re-peoples. I'll see you next time. Bye. Actually, do you know what I should do? If I grab this and we go here. Oh wait, I still have it here? Okay, guys, just grab that raid message and let's get out of here. Like I said, we'll go give love to Vic. He's very, very sweet. Very, very nice. Alright. Raid message. Let's go. Bye, guys. See ya. See ya soon. See ya tomorrow. Be good. Go drink some water or something. I don't know. Thank you, Hassan.